Hello and good morning. My name is Verena Wisthaler and I have the pleasure to open this conference entitled the EU-Latin American Dialogue on Migration and Integration. I am speaking on behalf of the president of Eurach, who apologizes for his delay. He's coming a bit later for the institutional welcome. But until he comes, we start this fascinating dialogue between practitioners and academics, between two world regions dealing with one of the most challenging topics that we are facing in today's world. The organizers of the conference, Dr. Carolina Zuccotti from the University Carlos III de Madrid and Dr. Leiza Brumat from Eurac Research will shortly introduce you to the topics and to the proceedings of the conference. I wish us all an interesting, fascinating, and fruitful dialogue.
Well, good morning, everyone. Buenos días. We wanted to tell you a little bit about how this idea and this conference was born. We are colleagues, of course, and we have both been working on migration and on migrant integration, both in Europe and Latin America for many, many years. Before and after this, we were colleagues at the Migration Policy Center of the European University Institute in Florence, where we also discovered that we went to the same primary school in Buenos Aires, which in a very far away kind of neighborhood in Western Buenos Aires. We both come from two different disciplines, from political science and from sociology. We work on different but somehow related topics, which is migration governance and migrant integration. And we also use different methods. I am more qualitative, Carolina's more quantitative. So the idea was to put both our expertise and both these disciplines and ideas together. Right now, we are both working on projects that involve both regions, Europe and Latin America. In these two regions, we have both developed our careers and our lives. We have received generous funding from the European Commission and from the autonomous province of Bolzano-Bozen, and Carolina will further explain that. And these are the two institutions that are funding this event. The idea started because I was planning the meeting of the advisory board of my project, POLIM, which is based here at Eurach, of which Carolina is also part. And Carolina, as part of her project, was also planning an event involving policymakers and academics in both regions. So we decided to join forces and to organize the same event together. So we both thought that this was a nice idea to combine forces, to do something nice that involved both policymakers and academics from Latin America and from Europe in a much needed dialogue that can foster more interactions between both regions. We have also identified from our work, I personally work with policymakers, I interview policymakers as part of my research, that both Latin Americans and Europeans are eager and want to learn more from the other region. So this is our small step, this is our contribution to foster this dialogue. So we hope that this event serves as a learning environment and that you both leave Bolzano or the YouTube channel learning and knowing a bit more from the other region, and that this also creates an environment and a dialogue for future collaborations between academia and policymaking and between Europe and Latin America.
Okay, so I don't know not coming the screen.
There you go.
Yeah? Yeah, okay. So yeah, this is Yeah. Thanks. And just to acknowledge the funders of this event, the province of Bolzano and the European Union under Horizon 2020. And these are the two projects, POLIM, Policy Implementation in Global South Regionalism, Multilevel Migration Governance in South America. This is the project that Leiza runs here in Eurach. And GLAM, which is my own project, Global South Migration and Comparative Integration, Studies of American Migrants. And this project is based at Universidad Carlos III in Madrid. So yeah, just wanted to acknowledge the funders and the projects. You can have more information on the websites, or you can just email us if you want to know more. So as you know, as you saw in the program, there will be 3 main sessions and then a final kind of a roundtable. So the themes of the sessions are very much in line with our own research. So first we have a session on migration governance. Then there is a session on integration with particular attention to education. And then we have another session more on local policies. So I think we can start with the first session. Verena will be chairing.
That's my video. Okay. So please welcome Guido Tintori and Marcelo Mondelli, who will be the speakers of the first panel. And let me briefly introduce them. So the first panel will be there we go. Yeah. A first panel is a more general panel on multi-level migration governance in both regions, South America and Europe, which will give a broader overview of how migration governance works in both regions. So the first speaker will be Marcelo Mondelli. Marcelo is a researcher and consultant on issues related to human mobility and frontiers for regional organizations, including the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, and Mercosur, where he served as advisor to the High Representative General from 2015 to 2017, which was the highest organ for Mercosur in those years. He was a chief researcher at the Social Institute of Mercosur, as well as a research fellow for the Latin American Council of Social Sciences South Program 2013-2014, and the Center for Training in Regional Integration, CEFIR, in Uruguay. Marcelo also works as a guest lecturer to the postgraduate courses at CERI, Universidad de Rosario, Argentina, and Latin American Faculty of Social Sciences, Flaxo, as well as Universidad Nacional del Este, UNE, in Paraguay. His doctoral thesis on international relations from Universidad Nacional de Rosario in Argentina, and he has also obtained a master's degree in international relations from Dublin City University in Ireland, 2008. He has published on issues linked to free movement, citizenship, interregionalism, asymmetries, and small states within the Southern Cone region. I may also add that we are working together currently as consultants for AOM and for the South American Conference on Migration on developing the regional vision and the regional plan for migration governance for all of South America within the South American Conference on Migration for the next 10 years. The South American Conference on Migration is the main institution where countries create joint positions on migration and joint policies in South America. So we're both working on that together currently. Guido Tintori is Economic Affairs Officer at the Office of the Coordinator of Economic Environmental Activities of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe in Vienna. Before joining the OSCE, Guido was policy analyst at the European Commission, Joint Research Center, Demography, Migration, and Governance Unit. He's country expert for Italy for the Global Citizenship Observatory of the European University Institute. He worked and taught at University of Leiden, New York University, at the European University Institute, and the University of Oxford. He was awarded a Marie Curie Fellowship and a Fulbright Schumann Research Scholarship on EU affairs and EU-US relations in 2010. His research interests focus on comparative politics, international migration, international political sociology, citizenship and nationalism studies, migrant and minorities' rights. So welcome to all of you, and thank you very much for being here with us today. Marcelo, the floor is yours. Sorry. Eurach president is here to give us the welcoming words. So before beginning with our panel, we have the welcome from Eurach president.
Well, first of all, please accept my apologies. November is the time where we have 16 advisory boards here. And so I have to divide myself not into 16, but sometimes into 2 persons. So please accept my apologies. Yeah, how to start in such occasion with our 3 languages. Bunde, Deutsch ganz, un caloroso benvenuto, herzlich willkommen. Dear participants, a warm welcome also from my side as president of Eurac Research. This is an institution which is, as a scientific institution, is very young. It has been founded in 1992. While we now study mummies, also mummies from the Andes, we study biomedicine, renewable energies, alpine ecology, to name just a few subjects. But the study of minority rights, of language diversity, and the comparison of federal systems has begun at the very beginning of Eurach. So these are the core and I would say the leitmotifs of Eurac Research since 31 years now. And I would say they are still pivotal for Eurach. In fact, the day after tomorrow, I will propose, you know what I will propose? To our administrative board, I will propose to create the Center of Migration and Diversities. Verena knows a little bit more than me, where scientists from 6 institutes or centers work together and to do what I regard one of the most important things Eurach is doing research on is migration and diversity. I think that everybody who has been trained in a narrow discipline will realize sooner or later, hopefully I realize that sooner than later, that uniformity does not lead to new understanding and it does not lead to social progress, but it is, I think it is the interdisciplinarity and the diversity of disciplines, of origins, of languages, of cultures that is unifying, this is the unifying bond of Eurac Research. And I call it also the historical raison d'être of our institution. And it is also the core of South Tyrol's autonomy. Many people are proud of, yeah. And I think it's the peaceful way to move forward towards integration. I'm a biologist and I was always interested in evolution and therefore I can say that migration often is regarded as a problem, but my vision is that migration is the most important ingredient to humanity. And there are many facts that can prove that. At the same time, however, I think we should also consider that there must be not only a right to migrate, but also a right to remain, unless there are stronger forces. And here I could touch my topic, and this is biodiversity, climate change, and so on. Yeah, I'm particularly happy that we can today talk about Europe and Latin America, what we have in common and what makes us different. And here I recall my first visit to the Americas. My first visit, I arrived in Montevideo on 12th October 1992. You know that date, yeah? It was exactly 500 years after this strange Italian voyager arrived and who claimed to have found a new route to India. Yeah, today I hope to learn more about migration and diversity and integration. And I think with integration sometimes it's meant we have to adapt to other cultures, but I see integration in a very different way, and I'm happy to be here to learn more about that. So let me thank the organizers, the speakers, the participants, and I wish you all a fruitful dialogue and buon lavoro. Grazie.
So, well, Marcelo, the floor is yours. Marcelo will talk about access to rights and the evolution of the right to residence in Mercosur.
Good morning to everyone. Where is that? Okay. That's it. Well, this one and move. Or...
I'm over here. Wait. Aspetta un attimo.
Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and very interesting the introduction from the President of Eurach. Certainly, my talk of the day is going to be about access to right, and to show you very briefly about what is that dynamics in Mercosur and more or less in the continental dynamics of South America. I work in the United Nations Population Funds, and we work especially with the program that's called Leave No One Behind, that talks about minorities, Afro-Indigenous. So it's very, very interesting to hear that the work is done here, is approach that population. My talk of the day is no, I can't get through. No, it doesn't go through. Okay. I'm going to show you about what are the dynamics identified at regional level, which are the main ingredients of the social and citizen agenda that has been developed in Mercosur for the last 25 years. Mainly with two aspects. One is the Mercosur Agreement of Residency, which is a key element of migration rights, and a bit analyze how these commitments were made and what are the implications of governance and the implication of this weak institutional level that we have in order to achieve some of the rhetoric that has been placed in many of the agreements done at intergovernmental level, which sometimes they don't translate into action. Sometimes we just keep it on paper. So our highlight space of how these labor mobility, health, labor issues in general, how they're part of the form of the Mercosur in this context. As you know, the Mercosur countries are now with the accession of Bolivia. Bolivia is going to enter in this semester because Brazilian parliament is going to accept. So this is the configuration of the regional bloc, with Venezuela suspended until new elections to be held. So we're talking about the Atlantic side, Atlantic axis, and the Pacific axis, how both regions combine. And one of the elements to bring is how important was to have a Mercosur agreement on migration and to have the capacity to work at intergovernmental level without a supranational body, and to able to give a right to millions of people, almost 4 million people in this agreement over the 25-year period, which makes, I say, the base beyond the commercial aspect of Mercosur as a region that it's proved to be leading on the rights. That's want to be part of the talks that, for some reason, I cannot pass it. With this one? It doesn't go through. And mainly, my point is this core of agreements that we have. There is the residence agreement as a key element, but the residence agreement is linked with access to education, access to health, access to labor opportunities, which are part of the essential. Perfect. Okay. So what I want to put in context is not only the right to residence, is the right to access to many other issues that are important in this, what we call it, migratory and social labor mechanisms as policies as the foundation of the regional bloc. There's been a lot of debate on Mercosur about if it's useful for what Mercosur. If you cannot get the commercial aspect, you don't go beyond the commercial aspect because the goods cannot transport freely to the countries because many domestic politics. But the counter argument is, if we have a foundation on this type of rights, which are the essential, how do you access this? How legitimacy is the regional bloc in terms of that? So we have to start with a premise that there is the challenge to access legitimacy in South America of regional government is precisely the audience is difficult to identify. Which are the audience? Which are the regional groups, the migrants that we're talking about? So it's a interesting challenge in that saying the pragmatic way. I will go very quickly through how these events unfold in many other agreements that we had. Looking at how this labor issue, work and mobility are part of the essential, and look at also in perspective, a peripheral region like Mercosur, we compare it to what? We cannot compare it to Europe. We compare it to other parts of the world, like in Africa, like in Asia, that we can see how these other regions advance in terms of giving rights to migrants. And in that sense, it's recurrence, the obstacles encountered in the implementation of an effective regional social policy for migrants, according to Deacon, that says that it's not easy to implement when you have weak institutions that it can sustain in the longer progress. So basically, in 2014, it was a main agreement of Mercosur in Paraná that apart from the migrants and the social labor issues, there were other key aspects that they were put in place. And what it was referred as the a plan to facilitate the movement of workers as a main issue in the facilitation of the agreement. We call the Recife Agreement. You have to put into place that borders in South America are sometimes take you 2, 3 hours, 4 hours to cross one border. So this free movement of people, it's a rhetorical thing. Sometimes now, for example, with the situation in Argentina, between Uruguay and Argentina, it takes 5 hours to cross a border. A single point, a single bridge So many of these are things that have to be worked, implemented. A lot of infrastructure is lacking. A lot of political will sometimes is not available in order to have a free movement of people. So these are kind of few elements that we put in place in this 2004 meeting in the city of Paraná, in the province of Santa Fe. And just to show you briefly which were the elements talking about the rights of women, crossing the exploitation, also Afro minorities, indigenous groups, culture issues. So it's kind of a pack of culture and social events. You have to understand that also the region moves from the left to the right, and that has been the nature of the last 15, 20 years. So we have a few years that we advance a lot in a lot of progressive rights, and then we are just coming out of a long way after Bolsonaro, that basically Brazil detached from the region, and everything that it was advanced on the 10, 15 years previous just suddenly stopped. So this is a political context that we have to take into account in order to acknowledge how the region is evolving. Is this stop and go in many things that we agree 15, 20 years ago, but hasn't been implemented. So this is a position now. For example, we're pending in next week or so, Argentina is going to take one way or another. If we take a position that the current government stays, Mercosur will move forward a lot because Brazilian willing is to go forward and to expand all these issues. If other option is take, which is democracy, we play the game of democracy, and the play of democracy is not linear. In that sense, also, we are different from other regions. In Asia, you don't have this type of deals because you have governments that stay on the different path. So we have to accept what the rules of the games are and how weak are the institutions that we play. Because that's Brazil ambiguity to the region it's on and off. And more importantly, the decisions that were made at presidential level, you have to implement it at national level, and that takes time. As I said before, Bolivia has been applied almost 10 years ago to be a member of the Mercosur. All the parliaments applied, but Brazil blocked. And now until Brazil has a willingness, Lula especially, with his pact with Evo Morales that says, you're going to be part of Mercosur as a strength. So all these elements we have to take into consideration. As Rigorosi and Ryan say, the cycles, the attachment between countries like Argentina and Brazil, the social dimension of the regular cooperation lost momentum, and now it's coming a new momentum. So this is part of the elements that we have to take into account. And more importantly, I mentioned about the residence agreement and another aspect which are linked to the borders locality, a very progressive agreement that was decided in 2019. Now we cannot even put it into place 4 years later. To give you just an idea how important are these, go beyond the lack of articulation of an strategy. Countries in Mercosur have very different vision how they enter the world. So if you don't have a vision, common vision to enter the world, you're not going to have a vision to articulate in a regional government. So to go into my key element here is how was this achievement of the Mercosur agreement on residence? It was part of the 2002 agreement, and you got the right to decide 2 years, and then you go into a permanent residence. You have to have a valid passport, a birth certificate, and then you have a certificate that you lack any judicial or criminal audience. With this element, you automatically get through this agreement the residence. Some countries apply in a more permanent way. Some countries apply in a more temporary way. To give you some figures, the countries approve it differently. In 2002, it was the agreement of the presidents. And some countries, even like Paraguay or Colombia, adopted much, much later, almost 10 years later. And here is a graph on the first few years. If you see, Brazil and Argentina were both the country that they give residency to a lot of people. That was because there was a lot of population, mainly from Bolivia and Paraguay, that they were living in Sao Paulo or Buenos Aires for the last 15, 20 years without papers. And suddenly all this move was a step forward. And that's how you got all these numbers in the other countries. Like Chile, for example, there was a steady growth because there was a lot of people that were, we didn't have agreements before. To give you the numbers on how many people from these countries, mainly Paraguay, Bolivia, Colombia, there were countries that were migrating to the big cities. And that's a roughly between 2009, 2016. That's the graph on the right. On the other one here, it's an interesting fact that Chile received a lot of migration from mainly Venezuela between 2015, 2016, and that's where you see the peak. Chile gave 280,000 residents in the period of 5-year period. 83% were temporary and only 17 were permanent with Bolivia and Argentina. If you look this agreement, how important it was, Argentina is the country who gave more residents to the countries. And here you have which are the main nationalities receiving residents. For example, Brazil receives a lot of Central Americans, mainly in Caribbean as well, Bolivian and Venezuela. These are factors that implement. This is a regional migration. So my point is that it managed to give a lot of residents to almost 4 million people over the period. This is the last graph that I want to show you is what are the difference, because Uruguay gave permanent residents, mainly permanent residents, it's an automatic process, while Chile, first they gave the temporary, and then the numbers, that's why the numbers are very different. In the case of Paraguay, it's quite the opposite than Uruguay. Paraguay just give temporary residents, and the numbers of permanent residents are much lower. Just to give you a flavor, which are the numbers that we were talking, how useful was this agreement, and more important, that over the years, even the government changed, these intergovernmental agreements were stayed, and they transcend that. Many of the elements that we have to say in a post-neoliberal, post-hegemonic framework, how this access to rights was done, and it was done into a very particular way in South America of the institutionals, how these agreements were maintained. But mainly important to access to health, education, decent work, and mainly Mercosur facilitates the framework respect to rights and equality and no discrimination and the movement of migrant workers in Mercosur. This is a key element to take into consideration that makes this region different to other regions within the last 15, 20 years. And no criminalization, the right to migrate, and the promotion of regional freedom of movement. This is an element that includes these other elements that I said, the right to indigenous people, the right to African minorities, and gender issues that have been on paper agreed many years ago, but it's a big gap into implementation of this. To conclude, I will say it is an important element to have that the region has the main challenge is how do you implement what has been agreed by the presidents, and that's it's a work done by national government, by local governments, by the academia, by a lot of actors that have to move around these factors that sometimes they tried to blockade this right, but in the end, even we had changes in government, more or less this has been approved, especially to contain the big migration of Venezuelan diaspora that has been overwhelmed pre-pandemic and it continues to do so. And that's the ratification agreements, I will say, that are one step that has to be taken into account, because it's very uneven. The countries, sometimes they can be very, the process can be very fast. Some other countries can have a lot of bureaucracy. I will put again 2 cases, Uruguay and Paraguay. Uruguay can take in 2 or 3 weeks, you have the residence. In Paraguay, it takes you 6 months, and you have to bribe, and you have to, so the institutions are very different. The countries are very different, and that's why we have to take all this in consideration. But the examples are that integration is not linear, is not automatic, and it's the short-term political logic that prevails in each foreign ministry of the bloc is different. They look different in the world. So all these considerations have to be always taken into account in order to transform this. I will conclude saying that my take is many arguments were how useful it was. The Statute of Citizenship in Mercosur also gives this body of rights to residents, to work, and I think there's a new move, a new momentum that can be on the next 3-5 years in order to put forward some of these things that many are available on paper, but into implementation, especially in border areas where no capacity to receive migrants, no capacity to give papers, it's all played. These are the reference, the notes are here, and I thank you very much and I will be open to questions in the near future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Marcelo, for this presentation. Now the floor is for Guido Tintori, who will talk about the role of international intergovernmental organizations in regional migration governance in Europe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Let me first thank Carolina and Leiza for the kind invitation, as well as their institutions, so Eurac and the Universidad Carlos III de Madrid. What I started from as the description of my, let's say, trajectory, career trajectory, clearly showed. I transitioned progressively from research to policy making, or at least policy implementation, as an officer of policy implementation. And this kind of, this intervention today will reflect this kind of transition, and will try to build upon my past as a researcher and try to discuss with you a little bit what the conceptual contribution coming from academia can bring to the work that we are doing as officer. And I focus my reflection particularly on the title of this section about the multi-level migration governance in Europe, in my case. Okay. We live in a context in which data tell us that there's a growing international mobility And the topics of migration governance and migrants integration as featured prominently as key areas of concern across home, transit, and host countries. In this intervention, I will be talking mostly from an empirical, real-world point of view, as I say. Just to give you an example and some information about the type of work that I'm currently doing, let me tell you something about the organization I work for. I work for the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, and the OSCE is a political organization representing, or better, where 57 states, participating states, are represented with permanent missions to the OSCE, and it works on consensus. Operationally, the OSCE is divided in 3 dimensions, and all 3 dimensions deal with migration. The first dimension is the political-military, and when it comes to migration, the work that is mainly aimed at securing, let's say, a comprehensive approach towards security is dealing mainly with regulating flows, regulating migration, border management. Creating the platform in which states cooperate and find common grounds to better manage borders and the flows of people across borders in the areas that we cover. And as you can see from the map in the background, we cover, geographically speaking, all of Europe in a very broader sense, including Central Asia. And for historical reasons that are linked to the creation of the organization, also the US and Canada are part of the organization. Of course, a large part of this dimension, the political military, is also focused on countering transnational threats, including human trafficking and smuggling. The second dimension is where I am based. It's called economic and environmental. And we focus primarily, when it comes to migration, on facilitating legal migration, on supporting the participating states in implementing good governance of labor migration. But we also have, let's say, a mandate to facilitate good governance through good research, so knowledge management, but also improvement, enhancements of the data collection and harmonization, especially at the regional level. The third dimension of the OSCE is called human dimension, and it's mostly the dimension that is focusing essentially on guaranteeing that human rights are respected in the governance of migration. So it looks at aspects as a non-discrimination, respect of human rights in the first 2 dimensions that I mentioned before, and also assistance in terms of securing, as I say, respect of human rights when it comes to refugees and asylum seekers. As I said before, I'm reflecting, I'm proposing, let's say, a reflection about mainly international/regional migration governance, and sometimes management is also used instead of governance. And honestly, when we add this perspective of the global, international, or regional migration governance, we realize that it is far more complex than it might apparently look. It is a multitude of institutions and configurations. It's a web of complex relations in which states are connected to other states, migration intermediaries, the private sector is involved in many ways, also business sectors, international organization, intergovernmental organizations, migrant network, and also the civil society. Then there's also the Migrants Agency and the migrants' perspective. And this is driven by many factors, not only economic or societal or security related. So better life, better work, maximizing income, finding a safe place to live. There are also other important aspects that research contributed to define as key, like cultural and religious beliefs, power relations between states, but also individuals at the individual's level within the household community. Gender relations are important. So when it comes to talking about the topic of this section, that is the multi-level governance of migration governance, we are faced with a very, very complex web of ramifications and actors. Let's start with advocating for a better clarity of the concepts that we use, that are created mainly from the experts, from the academia, but we also use as practitioners. Let's start from the very first concept of multi-level governance, which has become an established concept, an established aspect to describe a mode of governing mostly immigrant integration, not so much migration governance. And it describes a process or a mode of addressing immigrant integration, entailing a contribution of different actors across governmental levels. So we have the national, the supranational sometimes, the subnational, the local. And the concept was developed initially at looking at the national examples, as I said, of where these different levels of government were contributing, were participating in the policy implementation, but also in the policy making, in the policy creation. And then it kind of, let's say, transitioned also to different aspects, that is the immigrant integration governance across or at a regional level, especially looking at what the European Commission is doing in Europe, involving different actors in different modalities. And Luca Barani, who is here and we speak in the afternoon, is a former colleague of mine. When I was at the European Commission, I will, I guess, talk a lot about the role of the European Commission in facilitating this process of immigrant integration, mainly through funding, funding programs. But again, more recently, there's been a lot of attention that academic circles have given to multi-level governance of international migration. It started initially from by looking at what the UN has done in the process that was initiated in the 2017 and led to the approval of the Global Compact on Migration and then the Global Compact on Asylum. For example, there's also like some interest that the academia has shown towards this concept of multi-level governance of international migration, stemming from what was going on the ground. So realizing that the governance, for example, of asylum seekers in Europe and their management once they were in the territory and the dispersal and reception was divided between sometimes supranational, national, and local levels of governance. But what I argue here is that maybe this concept needs further refinement and further, let's say, elaboration, because the multi-level governance, exactly by looking at the examples that we were mentioning before, is more and more involving and entailing the participation of different stakeholders that are not only governmental. And the examples that I just mentioned about the management of asylum seekers, for example, through this multi-level process, governance process, was institutionalizing also the participation of CSOs, of civil society organizations, NGOs, not only, but also migrant organizations. So that web of relations that I showed before is very much present on the ground. And so I doubt that the pure concept of multi-level governance could be, fruitful and important just for looking at the multi-level, the governance of international migration in this respect, especially in Europe. Then again, there's the concept of international migration governance. Traditionally, international migration governance has been a topic or an aspect or a policy domain that was managed at national level through bilateral, most of the time, agreements. And this had to do a lot with the concept of sovereignty, the concept of determining which person are allowed to cross the borders, especially entering the border of a given country. There are aspects of regional governance of international migration, and in Europe, properly speaking, this is something that has been regulated and is being regulated by the European Union. This is actually the core mandate of the European Union in terms of migration governance. But then again, the question is also, what do we mean by migration governance, especially when we address this aspect adopting the lenses of what we are discussing here today, of all the actors that are now active in the governance of international migration at a regional level, especially. So I think that we should discuss a lot about the key challenges, and some aspects here are resonating with what Marcelo was saying before about the Mercosur. Some challenges here are shared, are in common. And by looking at the main actors, and I rely here on the work done by Antoine Pécou, essentially. When it comes to international and regional migration governance, intergovernmental organization, international organization represent the building blocks of global governance, regional governance, etc. Their features are pretty established. They are well-identified entities. They have an explicit and codified mandate to carry out this sort of work with a clear set of internal rules, a physical existence with staff, headquarters, etc. And most of the time, if not all of the time, they act as agents of their member states or participating states, as is the case of the OSCE, or is the case of the EU. And examples are just not only institutional or intergovernmental organizations, as again, the European Commission, some branches of the UN, the OSCE, but for example, let's think also of the main actors like IOM or ICMPD, working in the field of international migration governance. But they all have some parts, some challenges, key challenges in common. The first one that I would like to discuss is, it has to do with the asymmetries within their within, and it has to do basically asymmetries in power relations. You have larger states, you have smaller states, you have states with a much higher influence in the international settings. And let's think, for example, at cases in which the European Commission acted as a proper actor of international migration governance. Let's think of the EU-Turkey agreement in regulating the flows from Syria towards the EU. This is the researcher in me, but you cannot but notice that this was built upon the example of the Germany-Turkey bilateral agreement that was a few years or just 1 year before signed between the two countries. And many examples come to mind, like, for example, in the Mediterranean, we have several countries, Spain and Morocco, Italy and Libya, Italy and Tunisia, Germany and Egypt. There's a lot of bilateral agreements and, let's say, policies that try to govern international migration in that area that are then scaled up to the European Commission sometimes, but with much more difficulties. And this has to do, to one extent, with the process, the decision-making process, which is based on consensus or negotiation. And we have asymmetric powers there that are fully in place. The second key challenge in this context is sovereignty, because, as I said before, this is the quintessential aspect of states exercising their sovereignty, let's say, deciding who is crossing the borders, who is entering in a given territory. And the third point, the third challenge that I see is a challenge of accountability in this mechanism, whose responsibility is ultimately, to be asked for when it comes to this type of decision when they are taken at regional level. And at the same time, one of the key aspects, let's think of the Global Compact on Migration that was celebrated, rightfully so, when it was finally concluded, but it's a non-binding type of agreement or pact. Therefore, I think that on the ground, the possibilities that this type of, let's say, policy piece or agreement can have a, let's say, a strong impact, in my opinion, are not so high. Then again, when we look at these settings where we have like actors that are trying to implement regional migration governance policies, again, the coordination mechanism is nothing but a nightmare. Because most of the international intergovernmental organizations work on consensus. And as I said before, this is most of the time paralyzing and freezing the possibility to actually get to a point where you design a proper pact, a proper policy piece. And then there's also like the question of resources and financing, which is linked again vertically with accountability. And a last reflection that I would like to do is also, it has to do with, let's say, the challenge that is, again, internal to these actors, that is it has to do with the institutional culture and the expertise of these actors. Because when you act at the intergovernmental level or international level, you want to implement regional migration governance policies, you really need to be very, very much well aware of all what I've touched upon so far: the complexities, the nuances, the multi-stakeholders involvement, the difficulties in reaching an agreement, a consensus, etc., so on and so forth. So you really need a very strong expertise, technical expertise most of the time. But these international organizations, intergovernmental organizations, are also career organizations. And there's a very high turnover of the people working in these organizations. Therefore, sometimes, or most often than not, this type of expertise that is built during a stint of career in this organization could all of a sudden go away because career decisions and paths and opportunities might lead the person who has developed that kind of technical expertise and the office that was relying on that expertise, they need to start all over again because there's a very high turnover. And another challenge is linked to one piece that we are all using a lot in our analysis and in our approach to governance, to the governance of international migration, which is the data collection and especially harmonization when it comes to the regional approach and the multi-level approach. And here the challenge is very much a difficult one, both vertically, because we have actors collecting data within the same country in a different manner. For example, administrations, they collect a whole amount of data about international migrants, including irregular migrants, including transit migrants, that not necessarily are then absorbed or transmitted properly at the national level, and then at the European level or international level. So this is a very big challenge that I think is hampering a little bit the chances to implement good policies of governance of international migration at a regional level. And harmonization, again, is another challenge because already within the EU, with 27 states, we are still, Eurostat is still struggling sometimes with harmonizing the categories, the definitions that each member state uses to collect data on migrants, in international migrants, and then kind of produce the results that we all use from Eurostat. If you go and look at the metadata of Eurostat, you will have immediately a sense of what I'm saying, despite the enormous effort that has been put in place by Eurostat and the European Commission in this sense. So imagine in my own position now, where I'm facing, let's say, 57 participating states, and we are called to design regional projects and activities in order to facilitate the good governance of international migration in that context. The last thing that I would like to say while concluding is that I think that, properly speaking, I think that the only regional actor in Europe in migration and migrant integration governance is the European Union, is the European Commission, properly speaking, following, let's say, being consistent with what I say so far. So probably I think that, and this is a call to my former fellows, academics and researchers, my invitation is actually to get in touch with also us, with the practitioners and the policymakers, and try to understand even more than what you have done so far, how you could use these lenses, these interpretive lenses that you're currently trying to use of the multi-level governance for international migration, multi-level governance of international migration, in a way that it could be instrumental and useful also for us, because we rely actually on the knowledge that is produced by experts, and it's absolutely fruitful for us to have this exchange. So I hope that with this kind of intervention, I represented in a way, let's say, the main idea of this of the day, which is like to start a dialogue not only between Europe and Latin America, but also within practitioners and academics and researchers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guido, and thank you very much both for this fascinating introduction and this overview of how multi-level migration governance work works in both regions. So as the kind of first, before opening the floor to questions, I will take advantage of my position of chair to make some reflections of what was just said. I would like to highlight that both Guido and Marcelo have shown that there are some topics, some similarities, or some topics that are of special relevance when we talk about migration governance in both regions. First of all, are power asymmetries. Both highlighted the importance of power asymmetries. We know that power asymmetries in South America are huge, especially because only Brazil accounts for half of the population and more than half of the total economy of South America, when Uruguay is a very small country. So power asymmetries and asymmetries in terms of material resources in South America are enormous, but those asymmetries play also a very relevant role in Europe as well. Another important topic is sovereignty and calculations of sovereignty in both regions. Other one is resources and state capacities. State capacities play an absolutely important role in different layers of governance and government in both regions. Another topic that I would like to highlight is consensus, the importance of consensus and negotiation. We usually also in regional integration studies tend to downgrade the importance of consensus and negotiation in the EU because of the existence of supranationality. And we tend to highlight that consensus and negotiation and political negotiations are very important in Latin America. But Guido has shown that consensus and negotiations play a very important role in Europe as well. This also is important in terms of accountability and control. Because of the existence of supranationality in the European Union, we tend to give take as given that implementation is more effective because of existence of supranationality, but there are issues with that as well. And finally, also related to this, the importance of technical expertise of bureaucrats when implementing policies. The importance of technical expertise and bureaucrats is crucial in both regions, as we just saw in both presentations. So both presentations, I think that are an excellent opening session and an opening kick for this dialogue. I would like to ask both of you if you could develop more on the importance of the relations between, from your experience, both in the academia and in practice, on the importance of the relations between national and municipal governments when implementing policies and migration policies. And Marcelo, could you also say something more about the differences between the Andes and the Atlantic that you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation in terms of migration governance? Now I would like to open the floor for questions from the public, if there are any. Yes, Luca. Yeah, if you could please do it with the microphone so that the people that are joining us online can also follow them.
My name is Luca Barani. I'm working for the European Commission, and I was so happy that Guido decided to mention me. And I just wanted to perhaps to come back to the issue of power asymmetry within the European Union, because I prefer not to enter into issues of power asymmetry in the Mercosur setting. Of course, I mean, the fact that there is a supranationality, it doesn't mean that in each competence, European Commission can act, or the law of the European Union imposes itself on the member states. We see it in the migration, which is a shared competence. So member states are in charge of the, if you will, of the quantitative dimension. So each member state is so sovereign in determining how many migrants outside of the European Union, of course, we are not talking about European citizens, can admit, and the European Commission is trying to make them converge on the procedure. so to speak. So supranationality doesn't mean that in each policy issues, the European Commission or the European institutions can impose anything. So it has to be a bit nuanced there. And I completely agree with Guido that there is also a copy and cut system between German, Turkey, Spain, with Morocco. And what we see here is in the talent partnership process, which the European Commission is trying to, so to speak, to develop, where on a voluntary basis, cluster of member states are being, so to speak, put together in terms of trying to have to leverage power position on the European Union with single fair countries. It can be Tunisia, it can be Morocco, inspiring itself from the bilateral models. And in that case, in my view, the European Commission is playing as a broker, of a diplomatic broker, where it's trying to coalesce geometrically variable groups of member states with certain countries. It can be, I just top of my head is Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Bangladesh, and Pakistan, for instance. And this is just, so European Commission is not only, so to speak, a supranational imposer of norms, is also a diplomatic broker. And again, there negotiations and consensus, or at least willingness of member state, is also very important. So I just would like to nuance this this vision that European Union is a monster of supranational imposition. And of course, there's a lot of negotiation consensus and a lot of power asymmetry, where unfortunately Germany and France are to a certain extent like Brazil and Argentina of the European Union. Thank you.
Is there any other question from the public here in presence? Do you have any question online?
Yes, so there's one question online for Marcelo Mondelli from Giselle Zapata. She says, in the map with the main nationalities receiving residences by country in 2015-21, what are the Central American countries of origin of those receiving residence in Brazil?
Thanks, Leiza. I will reflect a few comments into this relation between the national and the local government. I think is a key element in all this polarization of government. Sometimes you have a national government of one party, local governments in another party. The need to strengthen this relation, especially where you have spaces, institutional spaces, where all these local governments can meet. I think it's very interesting to see many experiences in South America where these institutional areas are strengthened, either through cooperation, and we have to open brackets here. One of the problems of Mercosur, there is no technical cooperation. European Union left maybe 15 years ago. There was no project. If you look at the Mercosur webpage, there is no cooperation from foreign forces. So all this technical cooperation that we were talking, all this transmission of experience suddenly stopped around 2010, 2015, 2010, I would say. And then you don't have all this sharing experience of the process of integration. You don't have places where they train people, where they train local employees, even national government, Minister of Foreign Affairs. So we have kind of a lack of understanding of our region, first of all, of what is a region, think regionally beyond the national, and much more deeper is the gap between the Europe and South America is how we understand each other. So I think for now, I think the European Commission and the European Union on this dialogue with Eurach and Eurach dialogues, I think it's an open window again, but that window was closed. So I think there is a lot of experience that hasn't been shared, and especially on this multinational government, on how the Council of Local Governments work in Europe. All this experience, I think they will be very beneficial in order to play with migration flux goes into the local governments. They arrive in the border first. So there is a lot of things that Europe has learned on that it could be useful, because we still think from the capitals. We don't think from the borders. So integration needs to start at the border, and that's a big gap that we have between national governments and local governments in Uruguay, in Brazil. Brazil talks a lot about, Brazil has 10 different borders with 10 different countries, which are taken over by the narco, basically. Think about Paraguay, think about Paraguay and Brazil, Bolivia and Brazil, Colombia and Brazil. So if the state is not there, the narco or the Pentecostal will take over. And that's a problem. And that's a problem of how the countries of the region look themselves within the borders in order to mitigate what is illegal trafficking, sexual exploitation, all these issues that they're mushroom at these border areas in many years. I will make one brief comments about what the Andes and Mercosur. There's a different dynamics, the Atlantic and the Pacific. And in respect to this agreement, the Mercosur agreement, my impression is that because of the migration of the Venezuelans, mainly in 2016, 17, they developed their own mechanism to confront this reality. In Ecuador, in Colombia, they didn't use much the Mercosur agreement, even they could do so. Chile is another case that they prefer to create their own mechanism to give residence, which I say it will be useful if they can use the Mercosur agreement much more. But then the dynamics are quite different in a way, but at the same time, think about the free movement of students. There's a lot of agreements that have been done in Mercosur back in 2019, that this circulation of students and professors, they could be the eligibility of titles that is on paper, and sometimes they start to use now, but it's still the Andes and the Mercosur. I think there's this flows of migration that comes and go. Now I will say that it needs to strengthen the dialogue, commercial-wise, culture-wise, with the geographic and the heterogeneity of the continent is so huge that it's far from them, for them, and far for us as well. So I think the work that it was done in UNASUR back in 2012, 2014, there was very big steps into this idea of continental thinking, of continental problems. And now I think from 2015 onwards, it was kind of frozen, and maybe now comes back, but nobody wants to mention the word UNASUR because it's kind of there. It's a shadow, but everyone knows that it was a very useful tool in many things, in democracy, preventing coups in Ecuador, in Bolivia, but because of the political or the ideological brand that it got, it overshadowed what other elements was in place in terms of citizenships and rights of people. I had a question on the question on Brazilians. Brazil receives a lot of, when they say Central America, I will include Caribbean, because of the Cuban arrive in Brazil and they cross all Brazil to get residency in Uruguay or in Argentina. So they have a lot of mainly Caribbean, not as much as Central American, I would say, Now Haiti has been coming into Brazil back in 2010, 2012, before the World Cup in Brazil, because it was big. So it's been a continued flow, and that's why the figures are so high. But mainly Cubans, in 10 years ago, they start arriving in Guyana, because Guyana belongs to CARICOM. They could fly free with no visa from there across into Brazil, and they cross 5,000 kilometers, and they arrive in the Uruguayan border, and they got they got kind of refugee status, but they give residents straight away. So that was the strategy of, but mainly crossing. Other ones when the Venezuelan crisis start. Brazil has different type of policies into that. I'm not a specialist in Brazil migration system, but they use different mechanism depending on what time and of the government kind of approach, mainly on this big border that they have with Venezuela, with Guyana. That I will say if toward that. I will conclude with that, and thank you.
So thank you. I will just add a couple of very brief considerations. One is about the important concept of the asymmetries of power that we all highlighted in this specific context. There's also I'd like to make an addition to this to further complicate the framework. There's not just an asymmetry that is related to the power relations and the weight and the capacity to influence the decision-making process, but it's also asymmetries in terms of alignment of goals, of policy objectives, because the context, the national context of the different states participating in this endeavor is different. It's just they look at migration from a different vantage point. For some of them, migration means emigration. For some of them, within Europe, even within the EU27. But even more so in my perspective of the 57 participating states, we have such variety where migration means something different. When I've made reference before to, I raised the issue, what do we mean by migration governance? Again, here, I mean, for some states within the same region, that means primarily emigration and dealing with issues related to emigration. So labor shortages, remittances, better use of remittances, all this kind of stuff. Demographic depauperization, all these different aspects. For other members or participating states, it's mainly immigration, how to deal with people entering the country, participating in the labor market, raising questions about access to services, etc., so on and so forth. Or again, some states are dealing much primarily with transit migrants. But transit is not just like 1 or 2 days of people crossing the nation. It's like people that sometimes are stranded there for months, years. And in that respect, they then need to deal with their access to housing, education, labor market, so on and so forth. So this is something that I think should be also highlighted, that is cross-cutting with the question of asymmetries of power, but it's also like asymmetries of policy objectives and goals. About your question about, this, to say a little bit more about this interaction or dynamics between the national and the local, well, the literature is pretty much, I say, advanced and to me also quite satisfactory in terms of the analysis within the national context about this multi-level governance, especially of integration of migrants and the implementation of policies and also the designing, so the policy-making process where all these actors are involved. But again, even within this context, the national context, there's space for further contribution that is now looking at this multi-stakeholder participation, which has been institutionalized more and more. So to the point that NGOs and civil society actors are part of this institutional process. So in a way that they've been kind of absorbed embedded in the institutional governance of migration, with proper agreements, with proper partnerships that are regulated. So they are part of the policy process, at least in the implementation phase. And this is, to me, very, very interesting, and there's some space to elaborate on. And I think that, let's say that the core of my intervention was basically from a person who came from academia and then transitioned, let's say, to the other side. I don't want to say it's the dark side, the opposite. I mean, I was just actually saying that probably sometimes from the academic point of view, there's, let's say, an ingenuous attitude towards what especially supranational, intergovernmental, international organizations do in the field of migration. We need to cut them some slack. There's an enormous complexity to properly implement, first design and then implement policies and action, also activities in that context. So I wanted to kind of bring this message that, to me, it's absolutely incredibly fascinating to study these processes, these dynamics. There's a lot to understand, there's a lot to take, and there's also a lot to contribute in terms of criticism, clarity of concepts, help to better act in the implementation of our side of the job. But at the same time, I think that sometimes there's been like, and Luca was probably also bringing this sort of sentiment that we sometimes have, that there's also like sometimes a very ingenuous judgment towards what these intergovernmental organizations are able to achieve. Probably the academic community needs to develop a deeper understanding and a better understanding of the constraints, the challenges, and also the limitations of what these organizations are able to do. And I think I conclude here.
Thank you very much to both for contributing with your comments and answers to the questions to this dialogue. Is there any other question before we close this panel? Online, no? Okay.
So I have a question myself, and the question is related, or is for the both of you. So both of you have been saying that the emergence of the migration governance as a multi-level governance system seems to be an added value, especially because we include many more actors, such as also the civil society, in the process, in all processes of policy making and implementation. But taking this multi-level governance perspective, or approaching this from the perspective of migrants themselves, very often migrants, especially the most vulnerable ones, for them it is like a lottery of where they happen to be and where they happen to integrate, because multi-level governance not just leads to the engagement of multiple actors, but increases also territorial inequalities in access to rights. So for migrants, very often it is a lottery whether they happen to be in a city which is more inclusive, or in a city or state or region which is more exclusive towards them. So from your point of view, of the point of view of the supranational institutions, what can we do to mitigate those increasing inequalities?
Thank you. Thank you. You let me answer first. No, this is super. It's an exceptionally good question, and it's actually what we say usually is like when I kind of when I used to teach and I used to address these aspects, I always had the last slide asking the students, what are we missing here? And it was exactly this perspective, the migrants' perspective, the agency, the capacity to incorporate this perspective, not just in a symbolic manner, but in a way that is instrumental to design and implement better policies for all parties involved. And this is something that we always write in the projects and the activities, all parties involved, including migrants. Of course, most of the time they are the weakest link in this process. We talked about asymmetries of powers. Imagine migrants in these asymmetries of powers context, especially because when we say migrants, we don't talk about one, 100% nationals from one group of migrants so that they can be kind of organized and be able to create whatever form of representation that can sit at the table. They're, of course, very diversified. They are scattered in different categories, legal categories. They have different needs, more urgent for some of them, more long-term for others. It's very complex. So in order for me to give you, let's say, a reasonable and maybe open to hope answer, I think that this way of working that we apparently have all, let's say, assumed and incorporated, of having like this all of society approach, all of government approach, all of community approach, is very important and is going to at least include a little bit of this aspect in the process, especially in the implementation phase. Of course, I think these add to the complexity, because if you want to have this multi-stakeholder approach, complexity is something you cannot make without. So you need to expect it, deal with it, and try to, let's say, design activities or policies that needs patience from everybody. I'm sorry, but proper and good governance of migration is not something that can happen quickly and rapidly. Answers are not quick. Quick answers are what populists usually provide and offer. Good governance, good policies need time. And need also patience in dealing with the results. Results are going to be incremental, are not going to be satisfying all parties involved, including migrants. They will probably get there if governments, international organizations are allowed the time to implement good policies, good design policies.
I would like to compliment on that because it touched very close to the work that I do, working for the UNFPA, United Nations Population Fund. That is the idea of no one left behind, this concept of United Nations that needs to be grounded. It's at the level, and we've been working with the Mercosur Minister of Social Development in these courses of intersectionality to look at this dialogue that you need to have with these minorities, which is Afro, migrants, people with disability, all the community, LGBTQ plus community, that they are these minority groups, that they are the one more left behind. So how do you approach a minister, for example, to give you a specific case in the Minister of Social Affairs of Uruguay, that it has the same department, has every division work with these groups. And they, for example, in the case of the Afro community, they had a budget that they could not implement because of different reasons. So you have there the mix of, is a migrant that comes from, say, the Caribbean, is an Afro. So you give resident. So you have to follow up these cases in order to give proper housing, give proper, that they're not excluded from the housing bubble that it is, in order they charge more because of they are migrants, they don't have right. So he says, go step by step. The step is that they have the residence in place. They have a paper that says the ID has the same right as any other national. On top of that, you need to plus how they access to education, how the kids go to a school that stays many hours so they can work, this migrant. So it's a lot of issue that they start to relate, as long as they are in the same level as the nationals, they have the proper documentation, then you have to start thinking how all these asymmetries place for them in terms of how they are achieving basic needs in terms of health, in terms of social security. So I think it's a must to think the intersectionality of this population, because the poverty gaps that we have, they are there. It has a face of a woman, probably is an Afro woman, and it's probably a migrant woman. That's the color, that's the prototype of the poverty people that there's a big gap in a statistic. In case of Uruguay, it's a big gap of 20% of between the people who are in poverty, but if you're Afro, if you're a woman, and if you're a migrant, you're much more behind. So how do you secure a basic need, a basic floor for all these people? So I think it's a challenge for international organizations, for the United Nations in general, talking about all the agencies to focus, to have programs into that, and to the national governments to allocate resources to all this population, because otherwise the gap, it's always there. In case of Uruguay, in the terms of 15 years, went down from 40% to 10% of poverty in general. But this population had about 25%. So this gap, you never close it. And it's always in terms of migrant, they go into the scale, the end of the scale, which are the most disadvantaged, even in the capitals and also in the border areas where they first arrive. I will conclude with that, which I think is a challenge for multi-governments into apply. Is this not only one now and behind, but it's difficult to implement, and I think we get forward. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you again to both for this excellent opening session. So we will conclude this session with these final thoughts, and we will invite you for lunch. We will offer you lunch, a buffet lunch here. We have time until 13:45, 1:45. And if you want, for those of you who are joining us here, if you can take a walk outside and have a view of the mountains, we kindly invite you to do so, because the view here is really beautiful. And see you again at 13:45 for our next panel, which will be on migrant integration with a special focus on migrant education. See you soon.
Hi.
Hola,
Hola, buen día.
¿me escuchas?
Sí, perfecto. ¿Me escuchas tú a mí?
¿Sí? Sí. A ver, probá a decir algo, a ver si...
Hola, hola. ¿Me escuchan? Hola.
Sí, ¿me escuchás?
Sí, yo te escucho.
Yo no te escucho, nosotros no te escuchamos.
Mm, qué extraño, ¿será que falta conectar?
Fíjate que no esté el micrófono muteado. A ver, ahora.
¿Ahora sí? ¿Hola?
No, no se escucha nada. ¿Cuál es? Em, funciona. Parece que es, no, no tendría que ser un problema nuestro, sino de allá. Fíjate.
¿Probamos? ¿No?
Yes, could you please speak at the microphone?
Hi. Hello, good afternoon. Yeah,
Right.
can you hear me now?
Can you see the room?
Yeah, I can see the room.
The lecture, okay.
Yeah, now we hear you.
I can see Carolina. I can see the screen.
Okay.
Do you have something to share? PowerPoint or PDF?
Yeah, I have a PowerPoint.
You
Let
can
me
try to
try to share. Okay.
Yes, it works.
Yes, all good.
You have only
Great.
slides, also video, audio.
No, just the PPT.
Yes, from my side, it's okay.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you, Florencia, and I see you in 15 minutes.
Okay, see you then.
Okay, thank you very much.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shall we start? ¿Quieres cerrarla? Sí. Okay, so welcome back to this conference, and also welcome back to those who have joined online. So now we're going to have a session on education, migration, and integration in terms of education. So we're going to be talking about a lot about educational policies. And I'd like to start with a comment made before by Guido that good policies need time. And this is especially, I think, the case for educational policies in general, but also when we think of educational policies associated with migration. So among sociologists, and especially among those who study, like me, social stratification, at least there is always this wish that education is the great equalizer, right? And there's a lot of mixed evidence around this, but still education is still the main channel towards social mobility. And that's why it's so important. So we will have two presentations, one by Davide, who I will introduce in a minute, and Davide Azzolini, and one by Florencia Saffirio, who will connect from Chile in a bit. And I think it's going to be an interesting session because, and I'd like to invite you to think of the immediate needs in terms of education for the migrants, and we will hear about migrants on the move, no, and those which are the immediate needs associated with education. But also education as a necessary element in the long-term incorporation of migrants, and this idea that, okay, when we look at education, especially the education of the children of migrants, we are looking at the long-term impact of migration, and this is also very important. So let me introduce our first presenter, Davide Azzolini. He's a research fellow at the Research Institute for the Evaluation of Public Policies of the Bruno Kessler Foundation here in Trento. He's a neighbor, and he's also affiliated scholar at the Urban Institute in Washington, D.C. So he's committed to carrying out social research that produces better and more usable evidence to improve policy making, mostly in the fields of student achievement, migrant education, financial aid, and educational technology. His research has been published in peer-reviewed journals, such as Journal of Policy Analysis and Management, the Annals of the American Academy of Political and Social Science, Research in Social Stratification and Mobility, and the Journal of Ethnic and Migration Studies, among others. So he was also research collaborator at the Office of Population Research of Princeton University and a visiting scholar at the Urban Institute. He has a PhD in sociology and social research from the University of Trento and a master's degree in public policy analysis from COREP in Turin. So Davide also has this, I think, this mixed background between research and policy. So I'm very happy to have him here.
Thank you, Carolina. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for organizing this very interesting conference today together with Leiza. My presentation is going to be about immigrant integration. I'm going to take a specific angle on this topic by focusing on a specific target, which is immigrants' children, and by focusing on a specific dimension of, as Carolina was saying, of the structural integration of migrants in all societies, which is education. But even more precisely, this presentation seeks to answer the following questions. That is to say, whether we know which are the effective policies that can be implemented in order to improve migrants' children's education. So why I think it's relevant is a research question. So in the first place, as we all know that migration has shaped the Western society, so societies in the so-called global North over the past decades. And so think about migrants settling in these societies, creating families and their children coming of age. And these socio-demographic changes have brought in or renewed a policy challenge, which should be key in all democracies, which is ensuring a growth which is inclusive. Policy goal that should be like trying to level the playing field for everyone, regardless of migration background. So in that sense, education is key, right? Education systems play a central role in like creating the conditions to have equal opportunities, especially in education, but not only in education, since education has long-term impacts on individuals' achievement, also in economic and cultural realms of their participation in the host societies. So the question is, of course, what do we need in order to have school actors to be active towards this goal? So we need, of course, political will, we need resources, but we also need evidence, right? So the point of this presentation is that school actors, education policymakers need the right evidence in order to know what kind of policies to put in place. And the question is, do we know enough about what works and what does not work in this area? And the spoiler is that we don't know enough. So this presentation is basically a kind of sort of literature review. It's not properly speaking systematic review. But it's more like a critical assessment of the literature in terms of policy or program evaluation literature that tries to answer this question, right? What works to improve migrants' children education? And so I kind of look at the so-called literature that is called like counterfactual policy evaluation literature, which is both experimental or quasi-experimental research design that tries to build credible evidence about effective solutions, right? And I also look at mixed methods evaluation research. But I left the left-hand side of this slide blank earlier because I think that before going there, we need to do a step back. Like we need to understand the problem, so to say, right? We need to have research that allow us understanding in a very detailed way what are the educational like outcomes of migrants and what are the factors that impact on their educational outcomes. And in trying to understand this question, I will refer to a broader spectrum of research, both quanti and quali, and from all possible fields. So from my perspective, so when I think about immigrants' children educational outcomes, I think basically about migrant native gaps in education. So I use like natives as a benchmark to evaluate the educational performance of migrants' children. And I think it's relevant. Why? Because from an equal educational opportunity perspective, we should not see any systematic difference in educational outcomes based on one's migration background, right? However, most of the studies in most countries in the global North, or so in Europe, at least as far as I know, they point to a systematic educational disadvantage of children of immigrants. However, and the picture is highly heterogeneous. So, and here I would like to highlight three main factors why this empirical regularity, so this average educational disadvantage of children of immigrants varies. It varies across countries of destination, possibly because the context of receptions are different. Some might be more inclusive, some other might be more exclusive. Another factor is that migrants self-select or are selected differently into the different countries of destination. Second aspect is, so the context matters, right? So the context of reception matters. The second point is that the timing of migration, so basically generational status of immigrants and immigrants' children is also an important factor that lets the outcome vary. And also the type of educational outcome that we consider is also important. And I will be more precise in a while. Because I said that the context is important and because I live in Italy and this is the country I know more about, I will focus on Italy just to like showcase what I mean by like providing a systematic description of the so-called problem, so the migrants' educational disadvantage. And in this table, you see in the column, the first column, I'll like divide migrants' origin, or let's say children with an immigrant background, in three groups. We have the first generation, so these are the migrants. These are children whose parents were born in a different countries and they themselves were born in a different country. Then we have the second generation, which is children born in Italy from two parents born abroad, and you have mixed parentage children. I will compare their outcomes with natives, which I mean like Italian students, meaning born in Italy from two Italian parents. In the other columns, you'll see that I divide the educational outcomes in two main dimensions: achievement and attainment. By achievement, I mean basically the performance, what students learn. And here you can measure it through several indicators. You can look at school grades, you can look at test scores, and so on and so forth. And then the second dimension is attainment. And by attainment, I mean basically educational choices and the educational credentials that children actually manage to achieve. I would like to stress that when I talk about migrant native gaps, I'm always talking about gaps net of social background. Why I do that? Because I want to point out the specific and migration-specific differences between migrants and natives, which are not explained by social background, which is a real issue because we know that migrants are kind of concentrated into the lowest social strata in the receiving society. So a simple comparison would not allow to understand whether we are talking about a migrant kind of problem or a social inequality problem. This is what we see in Italy. So very, very, very quickly. So this evidence is, this is a way that I think this is the best way I could come up with to summarize a bulk of many studies that reported that first generation students perform systematically worse than natives, but on all dimensions of achievement and attainment. The second generation do not show any difference with natives with regard to school choice in upper secondary education or with regard to the dropout risk. But still, when we look at them in primary and lower secondary education, they show systematically lower achievement levels. Mixed parentage children, to make a long story short, they are simply undistinguishable from natives when we look at these indicators. So generational status is important, and it's also important. This is the main takeaway message. The second takeaway message, which is important, is that most of the educational migration-specific issues that we are detecting in Italy, but not only in Italy, has to do with achievement, and especially learning achievement in the very first years of education, right? For example, if you think about the first generation, if you could statistically control for their prior achievement, you wouldn't see them differing at all from natives when it comes about dropout risk in upper secondary education, just to make an example. So now, what kind of solutions, right, are out there? Based on my reading of the literature, there are system-level policy solutions or targeted programs. By targeted programs, I mean specific interventions that target migration-specific issues, and I will try to explain what I mean by that in a while. System-level policies, the three main items that I found interesting to highlight here are the following. The first one is reduce school segregation. In some cases, migrants are, in many cases, and it happens also in Italy, migrants are concentrated in lowest socioeconomic background neighborhoods, where schools that are there operating are typically schools with lower resources or lower teaching quality, if you can summarize it like that. So it's important to enact interventions at the national level that try and reduce school segregation and invest in teacher quality throughout schools. You can imagine in a poor income neighborhood, so to say, teach the best quality teacher try to avoid those schools in order to be hired in higher like socioeconomic background schools. So, and this is an issue for migrants as well. Another key important fact that we know and that we should highlight is that increase in investments in early childcare education and preschool is highly relevant, not only for low socioeconomic background individuals, but especially for migrants. Think about language acquisition. If they are exposed to language early on, they can benefit particularly from this, for taking part in childcare education. But my presentation, given that I'm more kind of a micro-applied sociologist or economist, is more about targeted programs. So programs that specific interventions, and I highlighted three. So the first one is about host country language acquisition. The second one is teacher preparation for diversity, and the third one is parental involvement. Well, very quickly. So as I said earlier, I try and prioritize research that implements counterfactual policy evaluation designs. This is not always possible, and you will see it. Well, it doesn't happen very often in this case that we can find this kind of studies. But this kind of, why I chose this kind of studies, because they have a so-called high internal validity. So they are those kind of studies that can provide the most credible causal impact estimates about the effectiveness of a given intervention. But typically these studies, they lack on external validity. They are kind of run in a small part of one country or in a city in a specific year or on a specific population. So it is difficult to generalize the findings of a specific study to a bigger population. And this is a big issue in this case, as I will try to see. So the first area of intervention is language acquisition. No need to say why it's important, because if you come from another language, then you find this barrier when entering a different school system, and there is a lot of evidence that shows that. It doesn't mean that acquiring host country language is the only important language that you should acquire. Of course, having like plurilingualism is a great value, right? But here I try to focus on the acquisition of host country language. And there are three main ideas that are established in the literature. The first one is the sooner the better. So intervening earlier is important. Screening and target. So it's important to understand what kind of language difficulties students have and target intervention. And the third one is add support, so add additional support instead of enacting the so-called pull-out programs that exist in some European countries, like creating separated classes for migrants in order to help them acquire the language. And this has, of course, stigma consequences that should be avoided. So in terms of language acquisition interventions, I found 2 systematic reviews. One is done by the Education Endowment Foundation in the UK, and the other one is done by the Institute of Educational Sciences in the United States. And before presenting the results, 2 limitations. First, they are not based on studies targeting migrants, children in specific, but they target English learners. So students that learn English as a second language in the destination society. So it's a good proxy for migrants, but not exactly migrants. And second, most of the studies that are reviewed in these 2 reports are run basically in the United States or in the UK. And this is a big limitation, of course, when we want to transfer the lessons to other contexts. Still, they are very selected, so they adopt they are very selective in terms of studies that are admitted, so they meet the standards that I was mentioning earlier about being a counterfactual, having a counterfactual design. The first of this study, the one run in the UK, they have 3 main intervention types that they highlight. The first one is invest in writing and reading programs, because this based on text and shared book reading. And this is important because these kind of activities are found to being really helpful in increasing individuals' richness of vocabulary and their reading proficiency in English. Although the recommendation is that these programs should be targeted differently depending on the entry-level skills of individuals. So maybe students coming from a very low reading ability skills, then to these students, it's important to prioritize the coding skills or alphabetic awareness, whereas to students that have more higher reading skills, the programs should prioritize a vocabulary development. There are 2 kind of other interventions that are theoretically promising, which is teacher training, so train teachers to teach English, basically, but there is no solid evidence on this. Another promising area is family level intervention, so like engaging parents in reading to their children and having activities with them. Again, here there is mixed evidence. The other study is, it basically confirms this, what I just said. And they also stress the importance of integrating English instruction in content area teaching, right? So when integrating English language teaching into, for example, science or history subjects. The second area is teacher preparation for diversity. So I found it interesting that according to some research, teachers overall in Europe, they feel unprepared to teach in culturally diverse classrooms. And they think that they need more training on diversity management. So teachers are aware of their need in this area. And across Europe, there are several degree programs or training programs for teachers that offer, that they give some emphasis on diversity management. However, and this is based on a European Commission study of a few years ago, these programs are very, very limited in terms of, first of all, they are scattered and they are typically very theoretical and very poor in providing teaching practical guidance. There is basically no evidence on the effectiveness of these programs, but when there is evidence, and again, from North American context, they stress these, well, these studies, they stress two areas to be emphasized. The first one is improve teachers' capacity to implement cooperative learning and peer tutoring in the classrooms, because this should improve attitudes toward diversity and cultural awareness. And also try and train teachers in order to create curricula that are culturally sensitive. Although here, meaning include intercultural aspects in the standard curricula, right? Although here the literature is a bit mixed in terms of there are some other authors that stress that more than the explicit curriculum is the implicit curriculum that makes a difference. By implicit curriculum, I mean what kind of actual behaviors teachers have in the classrooms and what kind of actual practice they implement, instead of like including like a cultural day or in their curriculum. And finally, parental involvement. We know it's important to involve parents. We know it from the literature. We know that low socioeconomic background parents tend to be less involved in schools-related activities. This applies to immigrant parents as well, that in some cases, in most cases, they also face language issues. So it's very important to invest on this area. We know from international studies that schools implement different kind of methods to involve parents, but basically there is no evidence on what kind of what method perform better than the other. So I found this study in the UK that I found it interesting because it's telling about what can be done in order to involve, to involve parents successfully. The program was run, was targeted to parents of 4-year-old students that were having English as an additional language, and it had two kind of interventions. The first one, organizing weekly sessions with parents, and the sessions were like focused on reading to children, making the most out of bilingualism, learning through play, and this kind of activities. The second intervention was encouraging parents to do activities at home autonomously. The takeaway message is that it was really difficult to engage parents. So this goes back to the problem that I raised earlier. And the recommendation would be to organize face-to-face meetings instead of just online meetings, and invest a lot in reminders to parents, because this turns out to be working. And among those children of parents who actually participated in these kind of activities proposed, then the study shows some weak literacy gains. So these kind of interventions work, but the main message is we have to find ways in order to really make parents participate. So, and this is almost the end of my presentation. So summarizing, so I think that when it's about understanding the problem, so the features of the migrants' educational disadvantage, we know what the main factors, the main determinants are, although there are still under-researched groups on which research needs to invest more, like refugees or unaccompanied minors. But when it comes about, the main goal of this presentation is understanding what works, then my conclusion is that we don't know enough. So the evidence is scarce, and when it's there, is available only in a limited, so only in specific context, right? So there is a lot to be done. Substantively, takeaway messages are like focus on learning achievements and start early, invest in areas of intervention that show promise, like language acquisition, teacher preparation for diversity, and parental involvement. especially language acquisition, as we have seen, is the most promising area of intervention on which there is more evidence. And finally, consider social inequality, right? Because as I was saying at the beginning, so targeted interventions are meant to like address specific or migration-specific issues, but migrants' children also face problems that are related to their social economic background, and to help them on this, we need universalistic interventions. Finally, more practically, my conclusions will be we need to produce more evidence or program evaluation studies. We need to run systematic reviews in order to understand, put together the different pieces of the studies that are out there. And we need to use the evidence more. So we need to invest on activities or actions that can provide policymakers with actionable research evidence. For example, evidence repositories, and carry out also research on evidence transferability, because typically researchers complain that policymakers do not listen, but in most cases it's difficult to derive practical policy lessons from scientific papers. So there is a lot of work to do also in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Davide. So now we move to Florencia Saffirio, who's connecting now. Okay. Yeah, she should be here.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So thank you very much, Florencia, for being here. So Florencia Saffirio, she's a social worker who graduated from Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile. She also holds a master in ethnicity and multiculturalism from the University of Bristol. And currently she works as an associate program officer at UNESCO, where she focuses on education and human mobility. In the past, she has advised the Ministry of Interior's Migrants Assistance Plan in Chile, and she consulted for UNESCO and UNICEF Chile, and she also coordinated social programs at the Jesuit Service for Migrants Foundation. I'm very happy to have Florencia here, and she will give a different perspective on educational policies and migration from South America, but also what happens when we don't think so much about the children, about what happens, over the generations, which was more the emphasis of Davide, but what happens with migrants on the move. So Florencia, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Really happy to be here. Thank you, Catalina, for the invitation. Even though I'm really far away, I'm really happy to be here and to have the opportunity to present some work from the LAC region. The objective of my presentation is to outline the main challenges regarding the guarantee of the right to education for people on the move in the LAC region, and how we are attempting to address this through UNESCO's regional strategy on human mobility. I would like to start with this concept, people on the move. is the concept that we are using in UNESCO to refer to migrants, asylum seekers, refugee, displaced person, and returnees. And it refers exclusively to cross-border movements from the territory of one nation state to the territory of another nation state, of a broad group of persons with the purpose of settling temporary or permanently, voluntary or forcibly, and without or with consent in the second nation state. This is an IOM definition, and we use this concept in the region because it's important not to make this legal difference, right? We are a region where the refugee status is really difficult to obtain. So it's important to try to have a broader perspective to refer to this population. I would like to start with a bit of context, but also with evidence, right? And the evidence shows that the international migration generates more diverse societies, boosts productivity, and fosters innovation. However, the scale and the speed of migratory flows exert pressures on the response capacities of states to provide access to social services and to ensure the protection of human rights, such as the right to education. In UNESCO Santiago, we have been working on this topic since 2018, and some of the challenges that I will present here have been addressed in various documents that we have published since then. These documents primarily focus on recommendation for amending legal frameworks and policies for the inclusion of students on the move, and also on the availability of data about this population in the HEMIS host countries. As I said before, I would like to start with a bit of context. Latin America and the Caribbean have gone from hosting 7 million migrant people in 1990 to almost 15 million in 2020. And according to IOM, the migratory movements on the continent experienced a significant increase in 2020 compared to previous years. There's also an increase in danger new migratory routes. For example, Darién, la selva del Darién, in the border of Colombia of Panama. There is an important humanitarian crisis there that highlights the situation that is occurring now in the region. But also there is other trends that are important to highlight here. For example, the Caribbean emigration, the mobility within the sub-region linked to climate disasters. That is also an important trend currently on the region. I would like to highlight 3 massive migratory flows. Maybe the more known for you is the Venezuelan displacement, this massive movement. The region has hosted over 80% of the Venezuelan migrant population. We will focus, my presentation will focus in 3 countries where we can see this displacement. Also the exodus of Central and South American people towards the United States. The Darién jungle is a route for moving to United States, and there is an important, for example, Ecuadorian population now that is moving in this route, but also the return movements to El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, right? IOM published a figure last year saying that the increase on these return movements were almost 84% the last year. So there is an important trend also there. And unfortunately, this region is not looking at the returnees' right to education there is a challenge there to see. I would like to illustrate the magnitude of these migratory movements with this table, right? This is the evolution of the students' enrollment from Venezuela in Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru. These Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru are the three main countries that have been receiving Venezuelan population in the latest years. And this table allow us to see the scale and the speed at which Colombia, Ecuador, and Peru have welcomed Venezuelan students into their classrooms, right? We can see here the interannual growth for each country. And we see that the year 2019 stands out for the significant growth of this population, but these trends continue during the pandemic, right? Despite of the mobility restrictions imposed during these years, this population continue, they're moving across the region, and we can infer that these people continue entering the educational system of these countries during this period. So even though with the pandemic, we see that the movement continues, and now we see some changes in the last year and a half. We are seeing also some return movements to Venezuela, but it's not possible to say if there is like a trend of people that is going back to stay in Venezuela or to move to another countries from the region. Now I would like to highlight some progress and challenges in 3 or 4 specific topics, 4 topics. I would like to start with the legal frameworks for the inclusion of students on the move. We have seen that countries in the region have made advancement to reduce barriers to access, especially to primary and secondary education. But we also see that there is a lack of sustainability in financing and implementation of this advancement at different territorial levels that sometimes condition the effectiveness of many of these regulatory changes. So there is an important challenge there, since we are seeing some legal changes, but these changes are not always seen at the territorial levels, right? Sometimes when you go to schools, you see that the principal don't know the changes that the ministries of education have been doing last year. And also, despite several countries have universalized some supplementary services at food programs, scholarships, school materials, and others, in many cases, there is still a requirement for being in regular migratory status. Also, we see that these regulations that address the right to education for students on the move are often in the form of circulars or official letters, but there are not laws, right? So sometimes we need more legal status to institutionalize these changes, considering that sometimes the political authorities can change and these changes got lost. And the other obstacle that is also problematic in this region, that is that entry into higher education on technical professional education is often limited for those who have not residence permit. So there is also an important requirement there for the migration status. The second topic I would like to refer is the assignment of school levels and the recognition of studies. The assignment of school levels in some cases where there is no documentation, there is often a discretional decision based on the school and their criteria. There are not like a a broader or a well-known criteria to decide these school levels. So mechanisms are needed to certify also non-formal education modalities, especially for those who have been in transit for extended periods. This is an important reality, for example, for Venezuelan migration and also for people on Central America, since the path, the trajectories, the migratory trajectories are long, right? And people are moving and sometimes have been in different educational systems. There is also a new regional convention for the recognition of studies, degrees, and diplomas of higher education in the region. And this has been in effect since 2022, but only 5 countries have ratified this convention: Cuba, Peru, Grenada, and Uruguay. And also in the LAC region, there is a limited evidence regarding experience of recognizing technical training and certifications. But we have a good tool, which is Convenio Andrés Bello Agreement, which is a valuable instrument in the context of Venezuelan migration, even though only 12 countries are part of this agreement. This is also related to the Davide presentation. We agree that more evidence is needed on learning outcomes. We have seen that a few countries in the region include variables in their learning assessment, in their national learning assessment, that enable to identify students on the move. There is a problem since we are not capable of seeing how are these students performing. And also in 2011, the OECD already pointed out that the learning achievements of students on the move were lower than those of native students on host countries. This was already mentioned by Davide, but it's also a reality in this region. We have the ERCE test, that is part of the YESE, el Laboratorio Latinoamericano de Calidad de la Educación de UNESCO. And the ERCE test also showed this same trend. And according to the World Bank, the learning poverty in the region increased from 52% in 2019 to 79% in 2022 as a result of the pandemic. So this also indicates that the learning was already in crisis before the pandemic, but there has been limited progress in the knowledge acquisition between these last 12 years. And at times, the countries from this region only use nationality as a proxy, which does not allow for a representative evaluation of their performance compared to the national peers, right? There is also a problem there. And also, we know that collective information about the learning achievements of these populations provide tools to adjust educational policies, promote skill retention, and facilitate learning and competition of students, including linkages to technical professional training and higher education. The last topic I would like to highlight is the availability and data uses. Many national EMIs have incorporated information about the students on the move in the region. In a survey conducted by UNESCO Santiago in 2022 involving 17 countries in the region, 13 of them claim information about the students on the move. And of these, 10 countries have nominal data, and 12 mention having information about public and private educational institutions from early childhood education to secondary education. So there is an important progress there. And generally, the data on students on the move generated by these EMIs are used with varying emphasis, right? For planning, for identification and targeting of interventions, and for the development of policies and support programs to ensure access to education and other social protection interventions and services. But it's still necessary to use the available data for the implementation of diagnosis and analysis of interventions for thinking on these policies, system-level policies, but also special programs for this population. So in response to this challenge, UNESCO Santiago, along with 18 countries in the region, has proposed the development of a regional monitoring framework for students on the move as a joint initiative to build comparable national and regional indicators. So we're working in some regional indicators. We're now in the piloting process, and these indicators will contribute to the evidence-based educational policy development that can create more effectiveness and will also address the challenges that the mobility in the region is now that we are facing in the region, sorry. Considering these challenges and also the progresses that the region has made in the latest years, we create this regional strategy on human mobility, and we launched it last November, a year ago now. And the main objective of this strategy is to support member states and the ministries of education in guarantee the right of people on the move to an equitable and quality education at all levels. And I would like to finish my presentation showing these four strategic pillars that we have been working on. The first is to strengthening multilateral regional education response to human mobility. We have seen in the region that some humanitarian responses to human mobility not consider education as an important need to resolve to improve the quality, the life quality of this population. So we think it's really important to participate in these coordination spaces, but also to contribute to build some technical and political consensus to guarantee the right to education of this population that is not granted on this region. The second pillar is planning for inclusive and equitable access to educational systems. There is a work there in legal frameworks. We are trying to support countries to develop better frameworks and better policies, but also to manage, to strengthening capacities to not only to produce data, also to use it, and also to coordinate some work with other institutions that are in charge of policy development to protect people on the move. And the third pillar is related to ensuring provision of inclusive and enabled educational and social environments. Where we are working to support countries in ensuring these healthy learning and social environments, considering the needs of people on the move and also the needs of their host communities. And the fourth pillar is promoting lifelong learning opportunities and the recognition of education at all levels, to contribute to the promotion of lifelong learning opportunities for people on the move. So we are not working in this strategy with countries, with member states, and we are trying, as I say before, to support them to guarantee the right to education of this population. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you very much, Florencia, for this very interesting presentation. Just a few points maybe to encourage you to think about this and ask questions. So I think we have discussed these two very different scenarios, right? One scenario in which there is a situation of pressure, right? So like big groups of people moving, like in the case of Venezuelans or the crisis in Syria or Ukrainians, right? But then there is also the long-term thinking, also migrants who have already settled, and the fact that sometimes we continue to see inequalities even among migrants who have a long-term settlement in destination countries. So I guess this also leads to different types of policies. Some policies that have to be more like short-term policies in terms of sorting out, for example, where the children of Venezuelan migrants will go and bring them into school, but also these more long-term policies, which might be related in part. We haven't discussed this much here, but often migration is associated with other characteristics like different ethnic backgrounds, different racial backgrounds in the terms of how they call in the US, right? And this also has long-term impacts. So this is one point I wanted to make. Then I found very interesting this initiative of recognition of studies, because actually this is very important. And in integration studies, especially in terms of integration into the labor market, when we talk about lower returns to education, it actually means that people like as we move up in the educational level, people get less occupation, and this is in part because their titles are not recognized. So, you know, moving towards a regional recognition or a quicker recognition of titles is very important. So yeah, these are two main points. Then I had one other point about something that I have been working on with the role of social origins and and who are the migrants and how social origins relate to the migrant status. But I first, before I go there, I first wanted to open the floor for questions. Yes?
You need a one. It was so decided by the court.
So does it work? Yes. Hi, Andrea Carla here from Eurac Research. I have actually various questions for the first presenter. I really enjoy both the presentation, but actually my questions are mostly for Davide Azzolini. So I make the question, then you decide which one you want to answer, because I have several. First of all, I want to know a bit more about, you mentioned the pull-out programs in language, to teach language. And I know this is something you have a lot in the United States, the English as second language classes. It's not something you have in Italy and many other countries. But there are people, they start to mention the needs of this type of program where children are not together at the beginning when they don't have the language proficiency. So I want to know if actually you can give us more information about how effective these programs are for achieving the goals of the education. And connected to this, regarding the acquisition language of the, let's say, host country, I know a lot in linguistic studies, people say it's really important to learn the first language together learning the second language. So for a migrant children learning Arabic while studying Italian here in Italy. So I was wondering whether you have data about this, if some countries have implemented this type of programs, so including the school curricula, the teaching of some country of origin language, and we have data regarding how effective these programs are. the third question, I was wondering, you focus a lot on the educational gap of migrants, so educational achievement of migrants. I'm wondering whether you should mostly think also regarding educational achievement of schools with migrant population. That's because there's a lot of perception in people, the concern about schools with migrants. So, and it's connected to problem segregation, which is not just a result of neighborhood distribution in Bolzano, but it's also a choice people do. I don't send my children there because there are too many migrants there. I go to a private school. You start to hear a lot of this. So I wonder if there are policies to target the perception of school with migrants that can be implemented. And last one, sorry. You focus a lot on the goal of education to create, to give skills. So creating, but also education is another goal. In some country, like schools, to create a member of the community with the values of the community. So I wonder whether if this type of examination we can do, how schools are successful in creating this member of the community, or you can also rephrase this, promoting inclusion in the community. So if you can speak about this. The main question I'm concerned is the first one. So if you have time, you can answer the other one.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't know if there is any other.
I have a very bad memory, I have to say. So please let me.
Okay, then you can.
And I'm going to disappoint you. First, pull-out programs. So I know that. There is a Eurydice report on this kind of practicing across European countries. I think Italy is no longer having this kind of programs. There is no, as far as I know, no evaluation based on my let's say criteria that I said earlier on the effects of these kind of programs. But there is a big concern about the stigma that it is associated to it, because you basically remove migrant children from the standard classes and you put them in these pull-out programs, which is not always good. But in Italy, there is something similar though, right? If you think about migrants are typically the oldest in the classes. Why? Because when they come in the middle of the year, they simply are enrolled in the previous grade, which is basically a way out, because you don't have resources to invest in additional language programs. So you basically keep them 1 year back, which is very bad, right? Because those kids have also very low, typically, right, on average, low socioeconomic resources. They end up having 16 years old, and then they leave school before even being actually engaged in upper secondary education. As I told you, I have a very bad memory. I'm a bit tired today. So you asked about I mean, I'm going to disappoint you on this as well, because I'm not an expert on. I'm not a linguist, although I know that there are linguists in this room. So as always, so basically, I don't know if there are studies that can illuminate us on this specific aspect. What I tried to focus on was understanding what kind of programs are effective in teaching the host country language. But I have to say that this is important, because your mastering the host country language is correlated with your learning achievements, but it doesn't mean that you have to forget other languages and other languages are worthless, right? So, but I'm not aware of specific programs. Then you ask whether we can investigate other kind of outcomes that go behind achievement. And I think that's really a crucial point that we should investigate more, understand what makes a difference for like social integration in terms of I'm not aware of specific studies on this. I will look at it because it's interesting. I know that, for example, the recent, no, not the last PISA study, but the previous one had a specific focus on intercultural dimensions and all these aspects that trying to relate school practices with students' attitudes. And by the way, Italian students were performing incredibly bad in terms of openness towards diversity. I was surprised by, you're aware of it, right? So I was suspecting there was like a measurement error. I hope so, because it was really huge. So I get there is a lot of research to be done, I guess.
Any other question? Yeah.
It's a question for Florencia. Marcelo Mondelli is my name. You talk about this agreement that it was held in 2022, that only 4 countries agree. You mentioned Uruguay. Could you explain a bit more about the nature of this agreement? If it was a South American agreement, Latin American agreement, the scope, and what is the role played by UNESCO with the Ministers of Education? I guess because it's 2019, it was a big agreement in Mercosur towards tertiary education. Which are the lessons that they were taking from that agreement? If it's any parallel, any similarity, and is any problems into the implementation once the agreement is signed, as many things happen similar in our big agreements. So if you can show some light on that, it will be great. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yes, so this is a global agreement, but we also have the convention in the region, right? This is a really challenging topic in our region, since we don't have like a lot of experience trying to improve the recognition of studies, right? And I think the Venezuelan migration has shown us that we're not I don't know how to say, we are not considering all the experiences and all the studies that this population has. So this convention is an opportunity to have a new way of recognition, trying to improve the way that we are not only doing these processes that sometimes are really long, are also really expensive, but also to have a regional perspective. And I know that Mercosur has a good experience there, but there's also some problems since some countries do not see the value of the recognition of diplomas from some universities in the region. So some countries are saying that we need to be more clear with the quality of the programs. So it hasn't been easy to have ratifying states in the region, even though I think 18 or 20 countries were part of the design of these conventions. So I think we have a long way to go in this topic, but this is a good tool, a good instrument to starting to create new ways of thinking of this recognition path, not only for the studies, also for degrees, diplomas, and previous learning, right? For example, here in Chile, we had a new migration law that it has a new rule for this recognition, and is also considering the technical studies that is new for our country. But I think we need to improve the ways that we are working like at the regional level for thinking in these new ways of recognition. Thank you.
Thank you, Florencia. I think yeah, there was one more question.
Thank you. I have a question just because I apologize, my apologies in advance, but I am working on European Union law, so I have a European approach and I am a lawyer. The combination could be dangerous. So in the slide, I found very interesting your presentation. In the slide, you were speaking about people on the move. When we are speaking about the right of education, the access to education. Do you mean with this definition migrant kids that move from one country to another country and that are based in the new country, or let's say there are also situations like asylum seekers or people that are living let's say in a temporary situation like camp and whatever at the border. So in that situation, are they included in this program, in this project or not? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm trying to refer to all these group of peoples, not only migrant children that are in the national systems of their host communities, but also we have some experience in the region of displaced people that are living now in camps, and they are also receiving some educational services. Not always like formal education, but there we have some other alternative pathways for them. But from our perspective, we are trying to involve to ministries of education in that kind of responses too. Since as a region, we don't have like an important trajectory doing these humanitarian educational responses. So this is an also opportunity to engage with countries to see other ways of providing this type of educational services. Thank you.
You had a point too, unless there's anyone.
Yes, if we still have the time, then I would fire out two quick questions. So one to Florencia. Has any attempt been made to look at the role of language, and specifically then in the context of Latin America? Because there you have the situation that Venezuelans go everywhere, and in some countries, in many countries, they have the same language as at home, but in others not. So that would be an interesting setup. I wonder if there's any results on that. And the other question is, age at arrival. A question for Davide. Age at arrival seems to be quite important for many integration outcomes, and I remember vaguely also for school success of migrant children, but that was sort of an emerging finding. I wonder whether it has sort of been substantiated that there's something that seems to happen around 7 or 8 years of age, perhaps because people learn to read at that age. I wonder what's new there. Thank you.
Should I go first?
Yeah, go.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that is an important point there, since we don't have the language barrier, yeah, in many of the countries, especially with Venezuelans. But we have other experience. For example, people from Haiti, there was an important migration in Chile and also in Brazil, and we have some interesting experience there of language acquisition programs. And with Venezuelans especially, there is also some interesting experiences in Brazil, since they have the barrier there between Portuguese and Spanish. But we don't have enough evidence yet regarding this type of programs. I know that there are some special programs in Brazil, especially in the border area, but there are really not national responses, more at the local level, where they are implementing some special programs, especially for Venezuelans. So it's interesting to be aware that these programs are ongoing, but there's also need of evaluation of how are they implementing these type of strategies. So that's my not complete response. Thank you.
So regarding, thank you for the question regarding age at arrival and educational outcomes. I think that there is a curvilinear relationship, so not linear. And as far as so my take on this is that if like a child arrives before compulsory education starts, then that child is more like similar to a second generation kid, like born in the country. There are other studies suggesting there is another cutoff point around 8 or 9 years old. So the age at which typically, but again, I'm not a linguist, where students start, well, they complete like the learning to read and they start reading to learn, right? And so some scholars say that if you arrive after that age, then it's not that good for your educational trajectory. That's as far as, yeah, what I remember from the literature.
Okay, so I'd like to make a final question actually to Davide, because I mean, we have done similar work. So, and it goes back to my point on social origins, and in particular the education of the parents of the children, no? So basically, so I've done recently research on educational outcomes of the children of migrants in Argentina with census data. And basically, what I find for at least the majoritarian groups, so Bolivians and Paraguayans mainly, who come overwhelmingly, they have, so the migrant generation, the parental generation has generally low educational levels. And basically, so when you look at outcomes such as completion of secondary studies or attendance of secondary education and so on, so these are like educational, so this is not measurement of test scores or anything, right? But basically what I find is that among those who have parents with low education, the children of migrants are actually doing better than the children of Argentinian. Yeah. But when you move and you focus on those who have parents with higher educational levels, let's say from secondary up to university, the situation becomes more similar, or actually there is a negative gap with respect to Argentinians, right? Which somehow points to this idea of these compensatory class resources, which like going back to this idea of recognition of studies, no, sometimes parents with, let's say, middle high educational levels, they go to a country and they're not doing an occupation that would be related with the qualification that they have, and then they don't have all these additional class resources such as income, which might help. This is one hypothesis I have, but I was wondering if you could talk about some. So I've seen this for the second generation. So for the children of migrants who were born in Argentina. So it's interesting that you see this positive gap and this negative gap, depending on the variable that you're looking at. So I was wondering how's in Italy,
yeah, I think there might be two mechanisms going on here. Like on one end, you have like high educated migrants coming to a country and basically having their educational credentials being unuseful because they are segregated to low socioeconomic kind of occupations. So their the economic part of their education is not like fully exploited. And this could explain why high educated migrants, children of high educated migrants might not benefit as much as natives from that education. I think so. I think this is the main pattern in Italy as well. So you might have, I mean, as far as I remember, on average, migrants that come to Italy have quite high levels of education, but their education is not like valued in the labor market, and this explains the low, like this contributes to account for the low educational outcomes of the children. But another mechanism that could be at play, if you mentioned that that migrants from low educational levels come and show better educational outcomes, could be like the so-called immigrant optimism hypothesis, meaning that migrants come with a powerful dream and an intention and very high aspirations for an improvement of the life careers of life prospect of their children.
Yeah.
This is tricky. Yeah.
There's qualitative evidence.
Makes sense.
Yes, trying to think how this works in other countries.
Let's talk about it.
Thanks. Okay. So I think, unless there is any other question, we can finish here. Thank you very much, Florencia and Davide, for being here live and online. Thank you very much. It was a very interesting session. And yeah, we have a break now, and we come back in like half an hour. So yeah, thank you, everyone.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye, Florencia. Thank you.
Okay, so welcome back after the coffee break. I am chairing this panel where we explore and discuss subnational welfare policies in South America and Europe. But before I introduce you to the topic and to the speakers, just remember that everybody online can interact with us by raising questions at the end of the two presentations. And there is Carolina Zuccotti who moderates the online engagement. So to the topic of this session, during the day we have, there's an echo. During the day we have moved from the supranational level to international organizations, to states, and now we move even lower and we move to the subnational level of government, looking at welfare policies particularly. We have learned in the earlier sessions that migration governance, broadly understood, and immigrant integration as a specific subfield in both world regions are characterized by the engagement of multiple actors, governmental and not, situated at various levels, and that even supranational actors such as the EU or Mercosur are constantly shaping migration governance. Yet, states, both in Latin America as well as in Europe, are conceived as the most important actors, granting access to the countries, setting the conditions for entering the countries, but also for citizenship, and granting access to political, social, and economic rights. However, for a number of policy fields, education, we have learned before, welfare, we will hear now, it's not the state implementing the policies, but lower levels of government, regions, Bundesländer, cantons, provinces, and in particular cities. And all those actors, local, regional, states, international, have responsibilities in the policy domains, which results very often in conflict between levels of government, in territorial inequalities, within a state, within a macro region, and then, of course, also between different world regions. And this challenges the design and the implementation of effective policies, but it challenges also the aim of tackling inequalities. And now we will dive deeper into those dynamics and hear more about immigrant integration and welfare in South America and Europe. We will start with the first presentation by Luca Barani. Luca Barani got his PhD from the Universidad Libre de Bruxelles, and he was active in academia for a long time, taught at various Belgian universities, but then he moved to a more practical side, working with and as practitioner and policymaker. He has now a long career as policy officer at the European Commission, currently in the DG Home, Legal Pathways and Integration, and he's responsible amongst others for the implementation of the EU Action Plan for Integration and Inclusion 2021-2027. Luca will discuss the territorial approach to migrant integration in Europe. However, he puts a question mark to the end of the title of his presentation. So he will tell us more whether there is a territorial approach or not. Luca, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So I'm taking advantage of the fact that it's the third panel. So we already had a day rich in presentation. So I will not use a PowerPoint. I will try to be a bit more interactive. And I hope that my geometric shapes and forms are going to be revealed the usefulness of them. But just as we had so much information, and so also, and this is an issue in my view, that many times you talk about European Union, the problems of the European Union, you talk about Mercosur, so a bit it's difficult to make a conversation because, as we saw, there are so many different issues, contextual and historical reasons for divergence or for different paths. But I would like to mention that at least there is an international organization like OECD, which is increasingly both looking at European Union and at the Latin America countries, because, for instance, Argentina became a member of the recently of the OECD. So the OECD has more and more analysis, but also statistics about the true ensemble, so to speak. So in my view, is good to start. The starting point is to have comparable data and to have a kind of single perspective, also to explain the divergences or the differences between these two blocks. And I'm starting here with the OECD starting page, which is also interesting if you go to the Ukraine subtopic, because of course Ukrainians are, of course, they are fleeing massively in the European Union, but also they are reaching the other countries of the OECD, for instance Canada, the US, and so for instance is an example where the OECD can also track not only what happens in Europe, but also for instance they have the 4-year country program, and so to look at the OECD different dimensions. So just to give an example, but to look at statistics and indicators which are common to Latin America and to European Union. This is something that I worked extensively for the last 2 years, and is the indicators of immigrant integration 2023. Don't be fooled by the title, because most of the data are up to 2021. In certain cases, like for PISA, of course, this tied to the last moment, to the last year of the PISA performance test. But what is good is that this gives an overview of immigrant integration across OECD. And of course, I'm a bit partial to it because I work on that, but in my view, it's very important, at least for integration, that you take a long-term perspective. So you take at least a 10 years perspective, because for education, of which we spoke just briefly before, or even for labor market integration and so on and so forth, you need to not to look last year or last 2 years. The progress or the lack of progress has to be measured, in my view, in a long-term perspective, at least over the last decade, which has been done in this publication, for instance. And again, you can see that, for instance, there are good and bad news, as in any report, is that students with immigrant parents, if you compare 2020 with 2010, they are performing better, with certain exceptions, like Italy. So you see that across the OECD, there is better educational performances as measured by PISA. This, of course, goes without saying with the OECD. But you see that not only that, it's only that also immigrants, which is the official definition of the OECD, immigrants are also better educated. So if you compare immigrants of in 2020 or in 2021, they have a higher educational attainment than 10 years ago. So there is, we saw that education is important. So it's not only the children that are performing better, or even with gaps in respect of the native children, but also parents which are more educated, at least as measured according to the OECD. And this, again, I'm talking about immigrants in OECD countries, which to a certain extent, I mean, are part of the, so to speak, of the global north. So this, most of the OECD countries, not all of them, but most of the OECD countries are receiving destinations. What also I would like to perhaps to just to point out, because I think it's also something that came out in the discussion and I think is very relevant. I don't know if you see here, is that also to take into account the contextual elements. The countries, the OECD countries are divided in long-standing destination countries, emerging destination, and so on and so forth. Because, of course, so to speak, these subgroups are not, of course, set in stones, but at least goes towards this kind of contextual understanding that you cannot discuss the integration outcomes of immigrants and their descendants in the same way as we are talking about France or Western Europe, where you have 3 or 4 generations immigrants, and countries like, I'm sticking here to European Union, Poland, for instance, which is becoming a very strong emerging destination countries for Eastern Europe, Belarus, Ukraine before the war, and so on and so forth. So it doesn't make sense to speak or to put all these countries in the same basket. You need to do of course, some differentiation among them. But I think that, again, I disclose my interest here, for having work on this publication, I think is a good approximation of a good way of dealing with this, so to speak, to have a good understanding of what is the situation on integration terms. Finally, I mean, this was a kind of introduction, also to take a bit stock of what we discussed. If we go to the territorial approach to migrant integration, again, the OECD is part, if you want, of this, what we call in the action plan for integration and inclusion of the multi-stakeholders approach, which again, I think it was referred briefly by my friend Guido about the fact that the picture of actors involved in the integration dynamics is very complex. Of course, you have governments, national, regional, or local, but also you have more and more international organizations like the European Commission, but also, for instance, the European Bank of the Council of Europe, the Bank of Development, which is financing local authorities, for instance. You have so you have local authorities, you have NGOs, and also this is something that, for instance, is increasing in the OECD setting. We are talking about private enterprises, about the business sector, which is also, if you look at the labor migration, is a very important in terms of what could be the outcomes, what could be the diversity and non-discriminatory hiring practices. So this just to give you a bit of the highlights of something that, because it is based on OECD, it can be also common both to European Union, but also to Latin America. But to go to the more to my subject of today. So, and here I shameless also go back to certain ideas that were developed by Guido before. And so when we talk about multi-level governance, it's true that we look, I mean, at the beginning is very much from a national perspective. So there is a kind of national methodology there at work, where basically you add the international, the supranational one, on top of the already pre-existing multi-level governance, which is the national, the regional, and the local. But this, in my view, it can have some, if you want, it can have some distortion aspect to it. And I will try now to demonstrate this. So if you still hear me, and I think it's mostly for also for the benefit of the people online, in a multi-level governance, my understanding is that we are still in a bit of a pyramid paradigm, where perhaps you can have if you take the European Union, you can have the supranational level, but you have still the national, the regional, and the local. So in a multi-level perspective. And this is, in my view, is distorting the reality, because it's still, I mean, for integration, it makes sense to a certain extent that each state is responsible, or at least has the major competence for integration. And so it seems that for integration matters, everything is contained within the, so to speak, the structure of the levels, how they are determined at the European, at the national level. So at the top, perhaps you can have the European Union or Mercosur, but in a traditional multi-level governance, in my view, you still remain contained within the relations that you can have between the different levels. So the local looks at the regional at the, and you have all kinds of these effects on top of which you put the influence, which from the European Union passes mostly through the national. So typically you have a European directive. This is going to be transposed by the member state, and this has some virtues or vicious effects depending on the relations that you can have between the national, the regional, and the local level. But what we try to do also at the European level, and this is a bit going outside this box, if you want, because also what happens is to try to put together or at least to make dialogue between local levels or regional levels with other regional or with other local authorities, for instance. And this is the case, for instance, with the urban agenda, which again is a multi-stakeholder tool in which both local level authorities, but also regions, but also NGOs and other actors which are interested in integration can come and discuss among themselves what are the practices, the good and the bad ones when it comes to integration. And to a certain extent, this goes beyond the multi-level approach because it tries to make dialogue at different levels outside the framework of the national system. So it's a kind of more transnational or government to government in the case of the regional and the local. And by practice or by observing what goes on, when is this approach working best is when you have a differential between the different levels. As you know, migration, but also integration is a controversial issue more and more in political terms, where you have differences between left and right. You can say that they are framing the same problem from different angles. Mostly, okay, I'm going for a caricature. For a humanitarian perspective from the left and more security one from the right. This is just a first approximation. And what is interesting is that you see that, for instance, if this is the regional level and it is, let's say, is left, and at the local level, at the contrary, is right, there you have a differences which it can be brings some tensions, and you can say the same thing for the national or for the local. There are cases in which cities, for instance, are taking a completely opposite approach to migration and integration in respect of the national government. I can give you examples ranging from the US, where you have sanctuary cities that were very opposed to, for instance, to the Trump administration policies. Even in Hungary, you have differences between the national government and the municipality of Budapest, for instance. So there, when you have a difference of approach, which is political in many cases, between the local, the regional, or the national, there you create many times problems of communication. You have tensions. There are certain authors like Ambrosini, which he talks about the battleground politics for integration at the local level, because the local level sometimes rebels or doesn't follow, for instance, the national or the regional policies. And this is where, in my understanding, is where there is a potential for local authorities or for regional authorities to look outside the box of national politics and to try to speak with like-minded other authorities. Why? Because it's quite intuitive in my view that a local mayor is going to be much more interested in what another mayor can teach him or he can explain than to go to a different level. So is where there is a tension within the pyramid or between the national box, that there is a willingness of local authorities or regional authorities to look beyond it, is what we saw in the urban agenda, where actually we had a kind of catalog of the big cities which are very open to migration, Berlin, Amsterdam, I don't remember all the Vienna or Barcelona, which in itself is interesting because you have a kind of a layer of big cities which are also the, so to speak, the front line, or at least the big receivers of migration, and they have most of the integration problems, which sometimes is both a political but also a technocratic problem, because what is the most efficient way of dealing with increasing numbers of undocumented migrants? Because these migrants are not able to access the welfare states or welfare policies, and they create nuisance at the local level. In any country, in any city of a certain level, you have disadvantaged areas. So there are problems. There are not only benefits from migration, and cities, specifically if they don't see eye to eye at the national level, can have an interest, but also a will to get out of the box and to use the platforms that are put forward by the European Commission to learn and to have a kind of peer-to-peer learning or to peer-to-peer discussion. So this, I think, is also interesting. But here I have to make also a bit of mea culpa, or at least also in order to be completely frank, that also the European Commission makes mistakes, and also there's always room for improvement, because what we saw is that, of course, the big cities have both the resources, they have also the political visibility to project themselves on the European stage. So it's very good to have Amsterdam or Berlin or Barcelona on board, but what about the other municipalities, the local authorities of? Thank you for the smaller or mid-size municipalities that perhaps don't have this concentration of migrants, but many times have the same problem, but don't have the resources or the time or even the ambition to go to the European level, because what we saw is that, and this is my last geometric shape, is that from, if here is Brussels, so in a concentric form, we see that our networks don't reach to the ground level. They are, of course, many times the networks, the connection that we are able to do from Brussels are very limited. They are very superficial, and sometimes they stop to the big regions or to the big cities. So there is clearly, we are not able to reach at the very local or at the mid-sized level of municipalities, where also is many of the times the needs are without the capacities of dealing with that. So there is clearly much of the municipalities, also of regions, peripheral and so on and so forth, which are not able to touch with this network approach, because we are still dependent on actors which have the ability to project themselves and to be active at the European level, which requires, for instance, travel, that requires to be connected and so on and so forth. So there is clearly still a disconnect between what the European Commission and Brussels, so to speak, is able to do and the masses or the levels of needs and actors that actually would be more in need of help from a network or from a platform at the European level. So I think my time is expired. And the only hope that I can offer is that now we renewed this urban agenda platform. We try to include mid-sized cities, which is a struggle. Also because there is, I think this is very important also to look at in the current situation. What we saw is southern cities are much more, so from the South Europe, Greece, Spain, Italy, are very much interested in this agenda, but it's very difficult to touch Eastern countries. So municipalities in Eastern member states are still very much disconnected from the European level. And also they are currently the most in need because of the Ukrainian sudden influx, which is also putting very much in distress the capacity of welcoming hosting of, for instance, in Poland, Romania, Hungary, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Luca, for this very interesting and also thought-provoking discussion of the relations between various levels of government in Europe. We will now move back to Latin America, and I'm very happy to welcome Marcia Vera Espinosa here with us. She just made it, so very happy that you made it in person. So Marcia, she's a reader at the Institute of Global Health and Development at Queen Margaret University in Edinburgh. Before, she was lecturer in human geography at Queen Mary University in London, and she got her PhD from the University of Sheffield. Marcia, she's an expert on refugee and migrant inclusion, on forced migration, immigration policies in Latin America, and international and regional migration governance. She has also worked extensively on the impacts of COVID-19 on migrant and refugee populations, and on the importance of various actors, in particular the civil society, in mitigating the effects of COVID on marginalized groups. Marcia is not only an expert on Latin America, but she's currently also involved in a project exploring the role of social connections on refugees' experiences of integration in Scotland in Europe. So she has a lot to say about migrant integration, refugee inclusion, both in South America, but also in Europe. And without further ado, I will now give you the floor and welcome you to talk about welcoming in unwelcoming times, migrant integration and refugee inclusion in South America.
Thank you so much, Verena, for the kind introduction, and good afternoon, everybody. I apologize for the delay. I feel that I went to Latin America and I came back since yesterday until today, and I'm not coming from that far away. I'm only coming from the UK, but due to a number of cancellations, delays, there you go. But I think just on time. I've been following through YouTube, so I managed to hear the previous panel on education and also part of Luca's presentation as well. So thank you so much for having me, and apologize for the delay. So while we find the presentation, thank you. What I want to discuss with you today, and I appreciate that Luca gave us all this background about the multi-level migration governance, because I feel what I want to discuss with you today is some results from the research that we do with the group Caminar on Latin America about the impacts of the pandemic on migrant refugee population in the region during COVID-19, but also some of the reflections that have in relation to refugee and migrant integration. And thinking particularly about what Sandra Lavenex and Nicola Piper call migration governance from above. So some of these multilateral, organizations and levels that Luca was referring, but also, refugee governance from below. So just thinking not only about the local level, but also thinking about the actors that are at the bottom and the articulations between them, and how some of those articulations can also facilitate integration. So I will try to link a little bit towards the end with the research that we have been doing in Scotland in relation to social inclusion and social connections. Sorry, I'm delaying here because I'm talking, but I will put it now. Let's see if it works. No, this one. There you go. No. I think we got it now. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah. Great. So what I titled the presentation is Welcoming and Unwelcoming Times. And I have to say, this is not only something that we have seen in the context of Latin America, but pretty much something that we are discussing constantly in the context of the UK. As you might know, there has been a number of changes in policy in relation to Illegal Migration Act, the dispersal policy, the hostile environment that really have impact not only the lives of refugees in the context of the UK, but also the way that civil society organizations are working. And there's some parallels as well with what we see in the context of Latin America. So very briefly, what I'm going to talk today is about the project that we conducted with colleagues from 7 countries in Latin America, which included some of the members of the team that you see on the screen. So we had colleagues in Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Chile, Mexico, Peru, and Uruguay. We have continued our research, and actually now we have included other 2 countries. So we also have colleagues from Argentina and colleagues from Costa Rica as well in a newest stage of the project that I will tell you a little bit more towards the end. And we came together during the pandemic with the very simple interest to know how we were all doing, but also try to understand those early impacts. So we got together in April of 2020 when we had this initial interest. And of course, there was not only the pandemic, but the framework, as you might have heard earlier today as well, has been, the massive displacement of Venezuelan population, but not the only group that is on the move. So of course, in Latin America, we have the displacement through into environmental and social factors of Haitians around 2015 and before, after the earthquake in 2010. But of course, we have also mobility from Central America, as well as other mobilities that have been traditionally present in a region that is characterized not only for some extra-regional mobility, but mainly intra-regional mobility. And the guiding questions that we had at that moment was, what were the impacts of COVID-19 on migrant refugee population? We really wanted to understand to what extent migrants and refugees have been included in the responses to COVID-19 and how the pandemic has facilitated the integration of immigrants or actually further their exclusion. And the first part I'm going to focus particularly in this paper that we published in Comparative Migration Studies in 2021, where we tried to address some of these questions. The way that we work in our methodology, and I have to say this is very much a qualitative-based study, it was trying to do a comparative study between the 7 countries. We did a systematic review of legal instruments, and I have to put a caveat here for the legal scholars in the room. We have very interdisciplinary group. I'm a human geographer, so I cannot claim that I did a legal analysis. We did pretty much a thematic context analysis, but we have some legal colleagues as well in the team. We review more than 40 instruments. Those are constitutions, law, decrees, but also some administrative orders that were emerging during the context of the pandemic. And we conducted as well more than 85 semi-structured interviews with 3 types of actors, with representatives of local and national governments, with representatives of international organizations, and also with civil society organizations, including migrant-led organizations. We had a long discussion about if it was the correct time to interview migrant population when there were so many basic needs that need to be covered. And many of them were in the move, either trapped at either side of the border. And we made an ethical decision at that time of not interviewing migrant population, but it's something that we're going to do in the second stage of the research now. But we did include migrant-led organizations, representative of migrant-led organizations. And we wanted to see what was happening in different cities. So in each of the country cases, we did a main city and at least one of the bordering cities, particularly in countries such as Peru and Mexico, where both sides of the borders were quite important at that time. We tried to gather both of those experiences. Now, and I'm only putting in a snapshot, so the table doesn't tell you that much, but really what we wanted to see, and this is just an example, we were trying to look at in which ways migrant refugee population were implicitly offer the same rights as any other national or as a foreign population in the countries that we were studying, and in which way was implicit, but also to what extent there was extension of social and economic rights to this population. And in some cases it changed. There were specific decrees, for example, that guarantee that there's access to health or education, and that is only in the regulation. That might not have necessarily the same right granted in the constitution, but what we have seen in many countries is that technical teams within specific ministries have been able to create decrees that guarantee the access to health or to education in some of the countries of the region, with certain caveats. So that's what we found in terms of the review of the documents. At the same time, we wanted to see to what extent refugee migrant population were included in some of the emergency measures that they were taken by the states in order to deal with the consequence of the health and economic crisis that imposed the pandemic. And we really focused mainly in non-contributory social transfers, just to see what were the programs that emerged at the time and which category of migrant population had access to those ones and under which conditions. This was also came out mainly from the interviews that we conducted with different actors. And of course, there are variations. I only have the example of Brazil here, but if you look at the paper, you can see the detail of all of the countries. And in some cases, they did have access, but in some other cases, particularly, for example, in the case of Chile at the beginning, and in other countries of the region, access to some of these social programs was determined by a regularized status. But at that time, because in not only was people that was not regularized, but also there were in transition between documentation. What happened with the pandemic, as we all know, everything was closed very quickly. The offices were closed, so people that were renewing their documents, they also found themselves in an irregular situation. And in countries like Chile, for example, where everything depends on your ID, if you don't have an ID, you don't have a number, and your card is expired, you don't have access. Later on, the government at that time managed to extend the validity of the cards, even if you don't have the right card. So they tried to create some measures to try to create access, because as Luca said, particularly in the case of the pandemic, but in any case, having a population that is regularized, it becomes an issue in terms of social protection, but also in terms of the epidemiological response that you can have in the case of the pandemic. And what we also tried to map from the interviews was going to see what are the other types of, direct food provision or direct transfer or hygiene kits or some of the other support that came out from not only the state, but all the other state actors, and which shape it took and how it was delivered, who had the access, who could access first. And there were some interesting reflections in that regard. And I will come back to that in a second. So what we did when we mapped all this information from the interviews and from the analysis, we start to identify what were the assemblage of actors that they were providing social protection for refugee and migrant population during the pandemic. And within the 7 countries, as you can see, there are differences. In the cases of Brazil, Chile, and Uruguay, based in our analysis, all these responses were state-led, but they were complementary by the role of international organizations and the role of civil society. In other cases, for example, like Peru, Ecuador, and Mexico, there was an absent state in the sense that refugee and migrant population were not the priority in the response, and they didn't have access, and it was very much led as a humanitarian support by the international organizations and civil society. In Colombia, we had that the international organization, civil society led, but there was a more complementary role of the state. And that gave us an indication of some of the modes of protection that we identified for migrant population during the pandemic, in the sense that, particularly in the case of Brazil and Uruguay, of course, this is mostly in paper, and there's some variances, of course, and we need to put some caveats, is very much right-based. It's rights-based, adapted in the context of the emergency, but in many of the other countries, it's really contingent. So what does it tell us, really, is that the migrant population, they were not necessarily subjects of rights, but they were considered humanitarian subjects, in which some of the emergency provision were given to them, but it was contingent to the emergency. So basically, you might have access to this particular, cash transfer, food parcel, etc., at this moment of time, but not necessarily guaranteeing those rights in the future. And that really weakened the position that they might have in the society. So with this, what we really tried to identify as well was the different assemblage of actors that were providing this help and in which way they were given. So the paper really gives an overview, and it's not what I want to focus on, I'm giving too much background, but I will invite you to review the paper just to give you an idea of the typology of social protection, that it was very indicative for us at the time of the type of inclusion that this population had in those countries, because really when the emergency came, it touched all of us in the same way, but of course, with different access to some of the provisions that were given. Now, we went a bit more deeper in terms of this analysis in a book that we published in Spanish that is called Movilidades y COVID-19 en América Latina, Inclusiones y Exclusiones en Tiempos de Crisis. And here we went a little bit more deeper in terms to understand how crisis is, framed in the context of Latin America in a way that justifies solutions, but also drives policy. Now, this is not only indicative of what happened in Latin America. We have had a lot of discussions of how crisis frame responses in the context of Europe as well. But in the case of Latin America, we saw that the response was very much about understood in a preventive, but also in a reactive manner. And all the strategic decisions were done in the light of an exceptional situation, which really gave a particular framework. What we found out when we put it together is that there's a series of ambiguities, contradictions, and absence in relation to the policies and practice that not only they regulate the entrance, permanence, and access to rights of migrant population, but of course determine prospects of inclusion. So in a way, the key message, guys, is that we cannot understand migrant, including refugee population inclusion, if we don't understand the context that frame their mobility. So the way that they are entering the territory, the safe routes that they have access to, the conditions in which they have access to the territory, and even the migrant category that is assigned to them at the moment of entrance, all of them shape also the prospects of integration, and they have long-term repercussions. And what we explore is that we identify in the context of Latin America a spectrum of inclusion-exclusion in relation to access and economic and social economic rights. But at the same time, we saw that this access to rights was taken at the same time when migration governance was receiving several changes in Latin America. Now, what I want to move here is a second phase of the analysis in which we focus specifically in refugees and refugee protection. And this was relevant because it allowed us to explore in which way the changes that they were taking shape during COVID, particularly in response to the epidemiological needs, so basically closed borders, different ordinances who determine who had access and who didn't have access, actually were shaping governance and also impacting in prospects of inclusion. So in this paper, we took, again, a smaller sample of the countries that we were discussing. So we focused mainly in Brazil and Chile, Mexico and Uruguay with Luciana Gandini, Gisela Zapata, and Victoria Prieto. And we explore really what were all the ordinances that emerged during that period. The four countries share that there was a peak and a high in migration and refugee requests between 2015, for example, and 2020. Of course, you have the massive drop there during the pandemic, but it's not necessarily because there was no people seeking protection, but actually there were not safe routes to actually receive that protection. A little bit more high in the case of Brazil, because of course they received the first wave of Haitian displacement around 2015, and that decreased to a certain extent. Now, when we look at the rates of refugee recognition, there's a different picture as well. In the case of Brazil and in the case of Mexico, both of those countries have decided to use the extended definition of the Cartagena Declaration. So that is complementary to the 1951 definition of refugee, and it's also granting protection to people, for example, that is displaced because of mass violence, or internal political turmoil. So in their cases, they apply it to the Venezuelan population. And in the case of Brazil, they also apply a prima facie. So basically, they were doing group recognitions for refugee population from Brazil, not only from Brazil. In the case of Chile, we have something completely different. As you can see, the rate of rejection was immensely high. So when we look at the details of the data, most of the people that was whose status of refugee was recognized in Chile was mainly Colombians. But despite that there was a large number of Venezuelan population, they were not received and they were not recognized as such. In the case of Uruguay, the picture is quite different because the largest number is not necessarily Venezuelans, it's actually people from Cuba. And in their cases, they do grant refugee protection mainly in a very instrumental way, just to keep them regularized until they can opt for other forms of migration. So we had a very diverse way of using the norms. I'm not going to go into detail, but what the theoretical framework that we use in this paper was taking some ideas from the Lucas in the context of Europe in relation to the hollowing out of asylum systems, and as well drawing from Alison Mounts and her theories about the death of asylum, in which she talked about the political, the ontological, and the political death of asylum in relation to how practices such as externalization, but others in terms of destroying safe routes and not allowing access of population into the territory to seek protection is actually, ended up with the death of asylum. Now, this framework also was discussed in relation to the multiple crisis and exceptionality that we discussed in some of the previous publications. In the context of Latin America, we don't see a death of asylum per se, and I don't have the time to give you the context, but as you might know, Latin America has a strong regional framework in terms of refugee protection, with the Cartagena Declaration, with the periodic review over 10 years that ended up with a series of declarations and plan of actions that really guide protection in the region. What we see is that in different of the countries of the region, there's a specific actions taken to reduce the spaces of asylum. So for example, I highlight the case of Chile here. There's no evidence that Cartagena has been applied. And what we see even before the pandemic is that there, of course, there's a lack of administrative capacity. The numbers were very high and they don't have the administrative capacity to review all the cases. But there is also a lack of transparency on the legal basis used for the large number of people rejected. And something that was completely outside the 2010 law is that there was a lot of pre-admissibility interviews done before the person can actually put the asylum request, which is completely outside of the law. We saw that those practices were actually restrained, further used during the context of the pandemic, coupled up with the fact that they couldn't actually even get to the border. So really, in many countries, except Mexico, we see that this ordinance really blocked the spaces for asylum. Now, and I'm going to move very quickly. This came out, of course, in the review, but it came out very strongly in our interviews, not only in the case of Chile, but also in the case of Brazil or in the case of Mexico, where participants were very strong saying, this is, of course, something that has been reinforced during the pandemic, but it's not only because of the pandemic. What we discussed there, and I'm going to take the 3 minutes just to link it better with integration, is that we see the weakening of refugee protection, and by that we refer to the increasing implementation of national and regional frameworks in a way that is interrelated with technical provisions and political practices that weaken the asylum system. And what we fear is that this can result in the undermining, we have seen already, in the abandonment, or the replacement on the region's widely praised refugee governance system. This is coupled as well with the intense politicization of asylum that we see in many places of Europe, but at the same time, the political momentum of many countries in Latin America, where we have high degrees of polarization, but actually next year, we are going to have different election periods as well. In the country of Chile, for example, we have had the entire discussion about the new constitution, where actually issues about migration and refugee have taken front stage and not necessarily in a particular positive way. So the main point, so what space do we have for inclusion in a scenario where actually safe routes are being closed and where there's a more restrictive approach to migration in many countries of the region, coupled with a huge xenophobia in countries like Peru, but also in other ones? How do we think about inclusion? And what the research really gave us is an understanding of the role and the triangulation of all these actors, not only the ones that negotiate, implement, and design migration policy, but also those ones that resist those policies. So we're thinking in many cases about migrant-led organizations and community groups and civil society organizations. But at the same time, it tells us a little bit about the resilience and adaptability of the third sector, not only the third sector, international organization as well, and the relevance of the local networks. Something that came out very strongly when the pandemic happened is that all the civil society have to reframe their programs and reframe their budgets very quickly in order to avoid, some of the long-term inclusion plans that they have, and they really had to focus in the emergency, but they were able to do it. Something that they did, and they pick it up early in the presentations about education, and I think Luca mentioned something as well, is that actually was the civil society and the migrant-leds, the ones that translated all into the information into different languages to tell the migrant population about the epidemiological legislation or norms or the, social and the restrictions and mobility. So they were already doing integration in practice, so what we call inclusive resistance. By creation actions that were resisting the legislations and the law in place, they were actually being more inclusive, but also in their actions. During the pandemic, they took online, and they joined the regularization campaign that took over, social media. Many of these organizations that always work in bases, they work regionally in order to say, why we don't go to the Inter-American, Inter-American Court to put a case to protect further rights of peoples and guarantee the regularization. They also get together in massive cookouts, or ollas comunes, they call it in Spanish. And in those cases, they didn't differentiate between migrant or migrant population. They were actually sharing food with their neighbors, with the people that they live in the communities. So in practice, they were being much more inclusive than any, integration policy that might exist or the absence of them. So really the invitation here and the emphasis is to think about the role of these bottom-up, aspects of integration. And here is the quick link with the research that we're doing in Scotland, where we're actually exploring the role of social connections on pathways of social and economic inclusion. And I'm going to finish in a minute. So basically here we think about these, indicators of integration that were initially created by Alistair Ager and Alison Strang, updated in 2019. But instead of looking at the outcomes only of integration, we're focusing in a relational approach to integration that put more emphasis in the bonds, the bridges, and the links, and really thinking about how these connections might facilitate some of the outcomes that we see in the markers and means at the top of the page. In the context of Scotland, we do this with very much a mapping exercise, but we also have an instrument that allows us to collect the level of contact that they might have with some of these connections, the level of trust, but also the level of reciprocity. In this case, this is pretty much a practice-based research. We are the research partner, but we work with the Scottish Refugee Council, we work with the Bridges Program and the WA Program, and they are the service providers. We are doing the research, and it's quite interesting, the information that is giving us about the level of the connections, the meaning of these connections, but also the role they might have facilitating outcomes. So with that massive loop that I gave, guys, I wanted to just emphasize context matter. What happened in terms of migration and migration governance that determines who move, how do they move, where do they move, and for how long is important to understand migrant integration. When a crisis comes like the pandemic, we can see how the actors, articulate and how they work together. What we see here is that in some cases where we have an absence of governance in terms of integration in particular, was the bottom-up approach, the one that managed to mobilize resources, they managed to integrate people, and what it will be important for us moving forward is to see how these social connections could be explored in more detail in the context of Latin America, particularly where we have a tradition of very strong migrant and refugee-led organizations that are the ones that are paving the way. So, the invitation that Lucas made to us in terms of thinking how the municipalities can play a key role, I think there's another space as well about how these more local organization, community-based organizations can also play a massive role on that as well. So I'm going to finish with that, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Marcia, for this exploration and discussion of welcoming actors, spaces, but also contexts that you brought so many examples also from Latin America and Scotland. Thank you very much. So let us now open the discussion. Let me see whether there are questions from the public here or online. Okay, is there a question in the room? If not, I would have a question for Mr. Barani. So you spoke about the case of conflict. In the case of conflict between levels of government, you were saying that the lower levels, the diverging levels, they might often seek alliances outside the national context, creating international networks with cities, for example. And I think the Sanctuary Cities network is a very good example of what you meant. So sanctuary cities resisting the implementation of state policies and supporting each other in this international network. So I am curious about this idea, and I would like you to further explore it a bit and talk about the potential that you see in these networks, or the potential those networks might have on migration governance and the various dimensions. So whether you see more potential for specific dimensions, integration, specific policies of integration, whether you see a potential for policy making or policy change at the higher levels of government. So do those networks really have the potential to impact upon policies that are then on higher levels of government, etc.? So thank you. There's one more question. Do we have a microphone? Yes.
I have two questions, one for Luca and the other one for Marcia. The first one is, in that multi-level approach and the local constituency, where are the roles of the local parliamentarians and which role has, as elected person that has to be accountable to his constituency, which role they play? Because you mentioned all the actors at the governmental level, but I just wanted to find, in your picture, how does it work, the parliamentarian, especially in a European role, European Parliament, taking in consideration that we have the Council of Regions and very institutionalized places where you have representation of the local government, and to learn from that. And for Marcia, is you mentioned that Brazil and Uruguay were the two countries that they did a right-based approach, even there are two different cases. And for what I saw is in the Uruguayan cases is a lot of Cubans arriving because of institutional capacities, not able to approach. The first question is when that was ended, if it ended in 2021, because it was a change on government, basically because the Cubans arrived and it was easier for the processing mechanism to give it as a refugee status when they knew that they were economic migrants. It was kind of a de facto agreement that they have. The Border Front left in Uruguay with the Cubans. They said, we let you in under these conditions. ACNUR was okay with that. What did it change when the government changed and the government has a different policy? If you find out anything different, and especially how do you compare with the case of Brazil receiving what are they? If you can just explain a little bit in these two cases, because I find it interesting to say they're both a right-based approach, but at the same time they're both very different in what they process in the northern Brazilian border with Guyana and Venezuela. The amount of flows and that. So it's just a brief on that. Thank you.
Okay, who wants to go first?
Thank you very much. I just perhaps I didn't just a correction. Of course, I mean you have so if you want virtuous transnational networks of cities that they want to do more in terms of integration that the regional or the national governments, but you have also cities that want to do less. For instance, if you take the cities that campaign against the opening of refugee centers, there you have on the right, you have also disobedience, you have a rebellion against policies at the national level of distribution of refugees, and specifically middle-sized and rural areas, you have municipalities that protest and they mobilize their local population against the opponent. So you have on both sides. So because of that, I think that we shouldn't idealize the local level as more virtuous than what can happen. So this, I think, is also important to mention. It's also true that if you have a, so to speak, egoistic or isolationist approach, it's also true that you have less, I mean, theoretically, you have less of an interest to connect with other cities because you just want to defend your neighborhoods, so to speak. So there is a bit less, perhaps, of networking impact. On the other side, if you want to, so to speak, if you are more in a solidaristic approach, it also makes it logically more coherent to look for alliances abroad. Now, how this can bottom up, if you can have a bottom-up dynamics, this also, I think, it goes back to the question about the parliamentarians. It's also true that local authorities don't live in a vacuum. There are also, because of national or regional politics, in certain countries, you have mayors which are also active at the national level or at the sub-regional level. I take here the example of Belgium, because in Belgium, for instance, the local level is a reservoir, is a position for national politics. Politicians that want to be successful, first of all, becomes a mayor or as a local basis from which he can project himself or herself to the national or the regional level. I'm thinking about Flanders, for instance, where the mayor of Mechelen, Bart Sommers, experimented certain integration recipes at the local level. And after he became minister at the Flemish side, so at the regional level, and basically is expanded, so to speak, his experiment from the local to the subnational to the regional level. So basically moving bottom up in this way because of political links, which are always connecting the local with the regional or with the national. I think there was I don't remember now the name of the political scientist that said that all politics is always local because it's from where the roots are of political process. So I think that bottom up, you have also this, but also, for instance, if you take Lombardy in Italy, you have Northern League, like Lega Nord, where you have a network of mayors which go against mosques, against migrants. They make vigilantes movement against migrants because they are criminals. And this also create a basis for a local level, which is the substratus of a national party, which is Northern League. So again, that you can have the opposite dynamics bottom up, but in a anti-migrant, anti-integration approach. So these are two examples that are one perhaps more positive, one less, but which the local level can work as a lab, as an experimental ground where you can test policies which perhaps are not effective but are winning you votes. Because I believe that the problem of migration and integration is not, many times, is not what are the results on the ground, but which policies can sell better in terms of winning the vote. So the worse you treat the migrants, or the less integration you promote, and the more you are rewarded politically, electorally. So this, I think, is not some, also because in certain countries, migrants cannot vote. And so they are a political football, because you can kick them as much as you want, and you don't have consequences from an electoral point of view. This, for instance, in Belgium cannot happen because it's more liberal in terms of giving the vote. Concerning also what European level can do in order for this bottom-up dynamics, not to just to stop at the national, I will refer to one of the less known institutional structure of the European Union, which is the Committee of Regions, which basically there you have both the local, the cities, but also the regions. So there you have, so to speak, another channel, another platform where, for instance, there is the CIVEX committee of the Committee of Regions, where like-minded politicians with local and regional responsibilities that can interact. Again, it's always easier if the platform is offered free of charge, and where basically politicians can use for their purposes, which is to win the next elections. If you are a politician, you are not in the business of humanitarianism or whatever, is to win the next election. So you do what is necessary to win the votes. I suppose that is it's the ruling in democracy. And finally, yeah, I think that I stop here.
Thank you. I just want to pick it up what you mentioned in terms of the cities, because I think there's a complexity there that is not necessarily, and I think that's why we have to focus on the actors. It's not only that a city wants to become, like in the context of the UK, a city of sanctuary, you know, or get a recognition. In some cases, it's part of a policy. So there's a dispersal policy in which, you know, rural areas are asked to take a number of refugee population, for example. And in that case, there are multiple interests as well. Some rural areas might say we have an older population, you know, and we have a need of young forced labor, for young labor, not forced labor, guys. Take that off the record completely. No local council has said that. But they have accepted this young population because of those reasons, you know. Now, that comes, of course, with a lot of clashes and difficulties. So in the context of the UK, we have had people protesting outside the hotels where asylum seekers have been, you know, housed lately. We had a lot of protests, but also there's a lot of discussion within some of these regions in terms of, okay, how open can we be to diversity when you have a little locality in Scotland where really it's not that they oppose necessarily to refugees, asylum seekers, it's just basically they're used to one single reality. So I think it's important to pick it up there, the complexities in relation to the local, that there might be multiple motivations, that there might be multiple actors, and that the outcome might be diverse. You know, I don't think we can predispose those discussions necessarily. But I think why that you mentioned, I think that's what becomes very relevant in the context of UK in particular. There were big cities that have been housing refugees for a long time, Glasgow, Birmingham, London, you know, Sheffield, across the UK. But of course, with the polarization that we see at the moment, they thought about the benefit of the policy of dispersal. We will have to see how that works. Brazil did something like that a few years ago with resettlement, and they did with Venezuela in terms of interiorization, thinking about not keeping people in Roraima in the border, but actually sending them to other areas. And it's interesting that even if you look at the precedent of resettlement back in 2007, 2008, that in Brazil had different outcomes as well. For Colombian population, it was very good. When you interview Colombian population, they like it that, you know, live in an area where there are no more Colombians, because in the context of their displacement, sometimes the fear was about other Colombians that they might not know from which faction they were coming from. In the case of Palestinian resetters, it was different. They felt that they wanted to be together rather than dispersed, because there was not that much Arab community, you know, or Muslim community in the areas where they live in. So I think, you know, when we assess the impact of a policy, we have to think multidirectionally as well, you know, but not one size doesn't fit all at all. Not only locally, but not only the refugee or migrant group. And in terms of your question, Marcelo, it's interesting, and I think Leiza has done this analysis as well, and we wrote a paper as well together that is not necessarily party politics in the context of Latin America. If you think in Brazil, we recognize very much as a stateless response based on human rights in a time that Bolsonaro was president, you know, and Leila and Andrew wrote a paper why they believe that they didn't change, you know, very much the policies in relation to asylum, because it's quite entrenched, you know, within the work that the political parties, civil society have done at the institutional level. The same we see in the case of Chile, you know, all this happened in the context of Piñera, right-wing government, but now we have a socialist left-wing government of Gabriel Boric, and the situation is by no means any better. But it's again because there are other interests, you know, there's a lot of pressure in terms of politics, in terms of elections, in terms of the constitution. And if you look at the policy and the discourses, they haven't varied much. They have had some progress in terms of come out with the Politica Migratoria, the migration policy that comes with the new migration law, but not necessarily in terms of discourses, even more. Probably migration is even more criminalized now than ever. And I don't think necessarily it's because the politicians in charge at the moment believe necessarily that, but they also receive other pressures. So in the case of Latin America, I think there's a long tradition in some countries like Brazil, like Argentina, for example, that they survive changes in government. What we saw there is a snapshot pretty much of 2020, 2021. And that's what we wanted to analyze, what it was before and what was happening in the context of the pandemic. In some cases, some of them have changed, but particularly in relation to refuge, and refugee protection, what we see is a turn to the worse. So in the context, just to give an example of Chile, there's ongoing discussions about access, to refugee, to asylum applications. There's constant discussions about safe routes. So basically the same discussions that we might have in the context of Europe, in the context of the United States, are also happening in Latin America. They might have different ways, but I think we also have examples of externalization. We have examples of, closing safe routes, and not necessarily depend on the government. I think there's a more global polarization in relation to migration that we might have to assess.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have many questions in the online chat now. And I kindly ask the speakers to be brief in their answers, not to miss the final keynote roundtable.
Yeah, so there are two questions by Ruth Bermejo Casado. So the first question is for Luca. So she says, a question about reinforcing local municipalities and potential conflicts with other levels of governments. So she says, might that collaboration go against national government politics or goals? And so how the Commission could deal with it? Is there any mechanism? So that's for Luca. And then there's a question for Marcia. And she says, in terms of trends on integration actions during COVID, she asked, have you explored similarities with European countries? Any idea about divergent or convergent patterns? Yeah.
So for the European Commission, it's very difficult to intervene in intra-member state politics one way or the other. I give you an example. Spain, you have Canary Islands, you have Catalonia, you have different regions which have a more restrictive or less restrictive approach at the national level, and they ask the European Commission to intervene or to lobby the national government. But in that case, the European Commission is put in the spot, so is a matter of not taking sides as well, because if not, and this is something that already took place in different countries, that if not, the European Commission is accused of playing politics with an high volatile subject. So we do it in a technocratic way. We try to reinforce capacities and abilities of municipalities, like through the urban agenda or through the Committee of Regions. And I just take just a second to say also that many times you have local politics between municipalities and the NGOs. And there is a competition among NGOs to capture the funding or the favor. So, and there is also competition among different NGOs of different migrant groups. If we talk about Afghans, or we talk about, and sometimes we have also factional politics within the NGOs. So it's a minefield, and the outcome is not predefined at all.
Yeah, I want to pick it up from there because I found it also a fascinating discussion, and that's something that we see in Latin America as well. One of the things came out very strongly when we were interviewing international organizations and civil society organizations during the pandemic. There was, of course, most of the attention was on the Venezuelan population. So in some cases, there were multiple food parcels for Venezuelans, but there was nothing for Bolivian migrants or Colombian migrants or Peruvian migrants. And in those cases, it was quite interesting, the actions that the same international organization had to take, or the municipalities or other actors, to try to distribute that help, because of course it was targeted for one particular group, because the funding was targeting one particular group at that time. So I agree with you. And that happened as well in terms of access to voting. So one of the discussions that we had a while ago in the context of Chile with some organizations was that even within the migrant-led organizations might be tensions, because they come from, of course, different political ideologies, different backgrounds. In some cases, they might be able to run for some elections and they might be able to vote. And there might be, you know, some contention there between those groups as well. So yeah, that's what is the articulation between them, and the difference, I think, is very relevant. In relation to the question about this comparison with European countries, we haven't done it per se. We have done more comparison between Latin American countries, but it's interesting how the discussion has been different. Every time that we discuss in the context of Europe, in the UK, about integration, we have a vast, you know, literature in terms of indicator, different frameworks, different critiques to the idea of integration. In Latin America, even the language is different. It's much more preferred to talk about inclusion rather than integration. It's much more focused on the language of social cohesion than integration, recognizing that integration, of course, is an exclusionary term. Instead of talking about integration, what we talk about all of us as a society, including, because we all, to a certain extent, might be included or excluded from certain spaces. So I think we haven't done the comparison per se, but it would be interesting to see. So for example, the indicator of integration that I show, the map that we have discussed a lot. I know the IOM has come out with one indicator of integration in the context of Latin America, and there might be other studies. We don't have a typology per se, but of course we do have inclusion happening in practice, and we have the debates happening as well, but maybe in a different frame.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Martia. Thank you very much, Luca. I will now conclude this panel and we proceed with the final roundtable. And as we see, it's all a battleground between actors, levels of government, and groups.
All right, then we have reached the last session of this EU Latin America Dialogue on Migration and Integration conference. Let me start with these beautiful birds. Because, well, they're migratory birds, I'm sure, but I looked it up. There aren't any birds going between South America and Europe or the other way around. So, well, what the birds can't do, we are supposed to do now, basically make the connection, make the link between South America and Europe in terms of migration governance. So to basically connect the two perspectives and benefit from the differences in particular, because they hold information that we can sort of learn from and we can exploit. So we have a bit more than half an hour to sort of clear up every question you ever wanted to ask about migration governments in South America and Europe, so that it's done once and for all, and future dialogues would have to talk about, I don't know, football or so. I will briefly introduce every speaker on the panel as we sort of get to them. And I'll start with Federica, who's one of our guests on the panel today. So Federica Infantino is a junior professor in migration at the IRD Research Institute for Development and the University Côte d'Azur, based in Nice or Nizza. There she works in the URMIS Research Unit on Migration Society. She was previously Marie Skłodowska-Curie Fellow at the Migration Policy Center of the European University Institute. And her recent research investigates the role of practitioners in shaping migration and border management on the ground, with a particular focus on non-state actors such as private companies. Federica obtained her PhD from Sciences Po in Paris and the Free University of Brussels. So starting with you, Federica, what from your expertise would you say is a lesson for, sort of coming from the European side, I guess, something that South America and migration governance there could learn from?
Thank you. Thank you very much for this nice presentation. And I would like to thank also Leiza and Carolina for this invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here. Yeah, so lessons. I work on the European Union mainly, and cooperation with Africa rather than Latin America. But having studied a lot the making of the Schengen area and this border-free region, I thought of talking of regional integration and sharing some reflections about the history of the regional integration in the case of the European Union. And I'm sorry, but I think I have some negative lessons to share, and also some positive lessons. Okay, I'll start with the negative. So if we look at the regional integration in the EU and the creation of the Schengen border-free region, we can see that it has been characterized by the strengthening of external borders. So the lifting of interstate frontiers has been coupled with the need of multiplying, diffusing, and strengthening external borders. So a series of policy instruments such as a restrictive visa policy, airport transit visas, databases, carrier sanctions have been designed to compensate the so-called security deficit that the lifting of internal border checks would imply. What I've seen in my research, but what has been put forward by many scholars, is that in the Schengen process, more liberty, so this freedom of movement, has implied the need for more security. So I was wondering, while conducting my research, if this correlation is a natural outcome of the creation of a border-free region. And if we look at historical examples, like the Benelux region, we see that the lifting of internal border checks does not necessarily imply the strengthening of external borders. So the pooling of sovereignty does not necessarily imply the pooling of fears about migration. And this has actually been termed as the original sin of the Schengen area, of the making of the Schengen area. So what we have is that migration is as such, well, really migration, documented or undocumented, is often depicted as a threat or a risk from an economic, cultural, and a security point of view. Although recent studies tend to put forward that public opinion is less opposed to migration than certain political discourses. So the framing of migration as a problem and a threat for our society rather than a resource shapes also the implementation of these policy instruments. And in particular, I've worked a lot on the implementation of EU visa policy. And when I've done my research in consulates, in Schengen consulates, to see how visas are issued, the Schengen visa. So I've found that day-to-day practices translate the idea of the migratory risk, the assessment of the migratory risk around which the issuing of a visa revolve. So these practices translate the idea of migratory risk into the risk of lawful settlement, not undocumented migration. So it's really this idea of migration as such, as a problem, as a threat, is also translated into practices, into day-to-day practices. And this puts Europe in an awkward position because the desirability of an open society and the need for migrant labor is challenged by anti-immigration sentiments. So this is to say, these are the bad points that characterize the making of the Schengen area, and probably these are lessons that we can unlearn or not diffuse. But there are also very positive lessons that can be drawn from the European Union. Because of the freedom of movement of EU citizens, the EU has facilitated the family reunification of third country nationals. So there is a directive of 2004 that grants a right to residency to family members of EU mobile citizens. Also, if we think again of the visa policy, the EU, because we have a EU law and EU regulation, now each Schengen signatory state must notify refusals of visas, and also this visa code has given a right of appeal, which is something that did not exist before this EU law for all member states. And also another something that has been said this morning about, I think Marcelo was talking about this, how you rather look at regional integration of Africa or Asian regions, but I would say that even the Schengen process in the beginning was intergovernmental. And this original sin, as is termed, of the Schengen process is really very much connected to the fact that it was intergovernmental in the beginning. And the communitarization of many areas of the Schengen process have implied also the strengthening of rights, and not just the strengthening of external borders. So I would say, as a last message, because I was asked to give a last message, that I would keep continuing the dialogue. And I'm a political scientist, so I don't really believe in learning lessons, because I find it a little bit naive, in the sense that politicians, as it was pointed to earlier, they're not there to learn the lessons from elsewhere, but continuing the dialogue, and exchange with other contexts, it's certainly a message that I would like to convey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Federica. So I see you want to continue the dialogue rather than clearing up everything today and right here, right now. But okay, I take that point. As a follow-up question, where do you see, say, the risks arising if South America now wants to avoid any security deficit that you have described, or say that migrations come to be seen as a threat? Where do you see the risk where this can arise, or what are the sort of the forks in the road that might come up?
Again, if I think of the Schengen process, which became as an intergovernmental process, and became the first Schengen agreement was simply a political response to a strike of lorry drivers who were complaining about the hours they would take to cross the borders, like you were saying this morning. I found this really incredible. The same point. And the point is, what are the actors involved? Many students of the Schengen process have pointed to the fact that this lifting of internal border checks has been an issue treated by Minister of Interiors, so security professionals who frame the issue in a certain way. So I think it's really important to think of the actors involved in the process of creating a border-free region, and having the highest variety of actors can be probably a good way.
Thank you very much. Okay, we move on to our second panelist, our second guest on the panel. Thank you both for being here, by the way. So this is Marco Boracetti. He is an associate professor of EU law at the University of Bologna, where he coordinates the MIGLAB Center that focuses on migration studies. He's also co-director of the European Regional Master's Program in Democracy and Human Rights in Southeast Europe. He has published extensively on specific legal issues in migration topics related to EU policies and fundamental rights, such as human trafficking and border management during the pandemic, for example. Marco holds a law degree from the University of Ferrara, and he obtained his doctorate in EU law from the University of Bologna. Marco, what could you say, sort of send out as your wisdom across the pond?
I want to congratulate about the investigation you made, because I didn't give some information on myself to Leiza before, so you were really excellent in finding more information. I want to go ahead. I want to go ahead on following what Federica was saying, because and at the same time I want to get inspiration from the day. About the language, if we are speaking about the language, about migration and mobility, that is the main difference inside the European Union, because mobility is for you citizens that are not migrants inside the European Union. And migration, if you check the Charter of Fundamental Rights or the treaty, there are several examples of rights recognized to both the group of a person that I was considering. For example, in the Charter of Fundamental Rights, there is not just the freedom of mobility, but there is also the right of asylum, for example, or in the part of dignity, that it is clearly that is forbidden that are forbidden, for example, trafficking human beings, servitude, slavery, and forced labor, that are all situations where, for example, migrants are involved when they are coming to the European Union. So, and at the same time, if we see in the treaty about, I don't know, the right of movement or establishment, there are several articles, Article 20, Article 67 of the Treaty on the Function of the European Union, where we are speaking about the rights of the citizens, and at the same time, the main goal to have an area of freedom, security, and justice without internal borders. And if we start from the departure, migrants and EU citizens, at the end, in theory, the right, for example, to live in an area without internal border is for everyone living. But in practice, there is still a difference between EU citizens and migrants, even if they are long-term residents inside the European Union. Even the status connected to the rights is not just the matter of the right to vote, for example. It is the matter of opportunities. It is a matter of having a life. To take opportunity is in another country of the European Union. It's a matter of a relation with integration and inclusion. But then in practice, we can see that the situation is going back. Federica was saying about the intergovernmental nature of the Schengen area. At the very beginning, yes. Then after was, as we say, part of the EU law acquis. But if you see that it means no more or much less state interest or any way in a place where in a compensation rule. But if you see in the last years, what is happening, what was happening, is that the national interests are becoming more and more bigger, more and more increasing, and they are putting at risk the functioning, and at the same time, the protection of rights, of fundamental rights of citizens and migrants. For the citizens is that we are not really benefiting all the time of the free movement anymore, because every day you can read on the newspaper that the member states are deciding to put border controls, even if sometimes they are lying. Because in the Italian newspaper, just to give you an example that is affecting also this part, this region, if you check in the last days in the Italian newspaper, they were stressing the importance to put border control between Italy and Austria to prevent, and Italy and Slovenia, to prevent any movement or secondary movement of migrants associated to terrorists, etc. Well, I have the chance to be a citizen of Europe, meaning that I'm working in Italy and living in Austria. There were no control. There were no control. So I was passing by car. I didn't see any type of control. There were no police guard. There were no police cars. There was nothing. So this is also the political exploitation, and that create the perception. And from the, let me finish, from the third country national perspective, I think we are going worse, and we have very difficult possible situation will be ahead, because what we were criticizing in the past, that was the Australian model to manage migration, to sign agreement with Nauru and put people outside. Well, it happened with the UK, and the UK, one of the reasons of Brexit was we will be ready to manage alone, free to manage migration, whatever we want, whatever it takes. And they signed the agreement with Rwanda to deport migrants from the UK to Rwanda. At the moment is not working this. Yesterday, we had the announced the declaration of the Italian Prime Minister with the agreement with Albania. Germany is considered to do it. And what is the problem? It's not just their problem, meaning of the migrant. It is completely, we are going to freeze completely the rule of law. And it is something that is affecting all of us, not just the migrants, but all of us, because we are creating precedent in what could happen in the next years.
Thank you very much, Marco. Also, for you, a quick follow-up question. Such a Charter of Fundamental Rights that we have for Europe, there might be such a thing for South America. I don't know. I'm
sorry, I didn't understand.
The European Charter of Fundamental Rights. Yes. There might be an equivalent for South America. I don't know, but my question is, it wouldn't be enough for anyone to just have such a charter, it would also have to be enforced through basically some sort of court that supersedes all the national courts, right? And that would be a structure that you would necessarily need to have with it. Otherwise, it would be a formality or like a symbol.
Well, it is the matter of the Charter of Fundamental Rights, but it's also the matter of European Union law in general. So we have legal instrument, we have the instrument to have the enforcement of this, of the treaties, or so let's say primary law and secondary law. There are instruments for the cooperation between the courts, Court of Justice, national courts, whatever is the level, and somehow also the European Court of Human Rights. What is the problem? In my opinion, there are two main problems. First of all, courts are very important, but if we have the implementation of the respect of fundamental rights, just because of the court action, means that the system is not working, is not a good point, is not working well, because we need always someone else forcing the authorities, forcing the local level to respect it. Second, in some member states, the government are putting at risk the independence of the judges. And again, we should be careful that it's not just something for countries that are very far in less developed countries. We are speaking about countries in the European Union, Poland, Romania, Hungary, model of reform that are planned in Italy or in some other countries. So to create a situation where judges are directly or indirectly put under the control of the political power. The last example, what happened again, unfortunately, in Italy a few weeks ago. There was a decision of a judge in Sicily, in Catania, that was, let's say, against the will of the government about the detection of migrants. The reaction of the politician, the reaction of the Ministry of Interior was to find, not to criticize the judgment, not to appeal the judgment in the court, was to attack personally the judge. And this was a clearly message, not just for the judge that is a woman, by the way, not just against her. It was a message to everyone. Be careful that if you go against what we want, we are able to show to everyone something about your past, because the attack was on personal issues, because they were showing with the social networks a video of her participation of a somehow sit-in or demonstration of 5 years ago, while she was not working on migration issues. But what is the message? If we kept videos 5 years ago of your private life, we are ready to use it now against you. This is a clear message. And this, in my opinion, is very dangerous, again, for the rule of law and for the independence of the judges. But anyway, I see positive all the time. So I think that once we are aware of it, it is good, because if aware, we are, the system is ready to react, respecting the law, by the way.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was a link to very recent events and debates. Coming to Carolina Zuccotti. She is one of the organizers of the conference. Thank you and Leiza very much for organizing the conference. Carolina is currently a Marie Skłodowska-Curie Global Fellow at the University Carlos III, Madrid. And she is also affiliated with the University of San Andres. The research looks at differences in integration between the Global South and the Global North, with a focus on South America. South American migrants. And Carolina holds a PhD in political and social sciences from the EUI, the European University Institute. But she also studied in Buenos Aires, Urbino, and Amsterdam. Carolina, what is your message then, I guess, from the South American perspective to European migration governance? And bonus points, if you can name an animal that actually does make the connection between South America and Europe.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you all again for being here. And I'm going to be very brief. So I wanted to talk about basically the research I do and some things I have been thinking for a while in terms of data. So data collection, the use of data combined with limited resources, right? Because this is what we often see in the Global South. So my perspective, I don't know if it's a South American perspective, because after I graduated from sociology, I moved to Europe. So I think I'm more European biased. But yeah, so I have worked with a lot of, so I do research on integration. So I've looked mainly at integration in terms of education, labor market, and I use quantitative data. So I have used census data, I've used all kinds of surveys, cross-national surveys, national surveys, cross-sectional data, so data for specific time points, longitudinal data, so data that follows people over time. And I have used both data from Europe mostly, but now more recently from Argentina mainly, but also I'm now using data from Peru and Bolivia. And I just wanted to like discuss some challenges and I think some ways of doing research that I think perhaps they're not the right way. And this is very much in line with, I was recently in a session in Madrid. There was a discussion about the new census. And actually a colleague of mine, Héctor Cebolla Boado, who's in CSIC, he works a lot of integration. He had a similar view and he said something similar to what I want to share with you now. So a key issue, basically, when we work with migrant population, and especially when we do analysis of integration, if we want to look at education or labor market outcomes, is that migrants are minority populations, right? So this means that they are a small fraction of a population, if we think of a population of a country, right? So, and normally when we do research, depending on the type of data that we use, we work with samples, right? So this means that a challenge for us doing research on integration is that sometimes we don't have the so-called statistical power. So statistical power means that we have a sample and we want to say something about the entire population, right? So let's say we have a country where 5% of the population has migrant origins, and we have a sample of 2,000 people, then this leads us with 100 migrants, right? More or less. But of course, you know, you could say, okay, 500, okay, it's a good number, let's say, for some statistical analysis, but then these are just migrants. And then within this group, we might have, of course, different nationalities. Then we may have different periods of arrival. We may have different social, educational backgrounds, gender, and so on. So basically, we are left with the fact that, okay, we don't have enough statistics, and we have limited power to say, okay, what do we want to say? You know, what can we say? What can we say with this data? So basically, if you read research on migrant integration, you will often find that we pool cases, right? Pooling is very common in migrant integration research. So we often pool nationalities, for example. So we talk about South American migrants in Spain. We don't talk about Bolivians and Peruvians in Spain. Or we talk about EU and non-EU migrants. And of course, this implies making assumptions, right? If you pool cases, it means that, okay, these groups will have something in common, and then I can say something about this group, and so I can pool. And sometimes pooling is okay, and this will depend a lot on the type of research question you have, but sometimes it's not. And then you end up losing a lot of diversity that may be happening. So yeah, what is the ideal situation? Get more data. The more data you can get, the better. But of course, this is very expensive, right? And sometimes it can also be very difficult to handle. And at the moment, I'm working with Italian census microdata, and I need to handle 60 million Italians in my computer, and it's quite complicated. So, but yeah, so thinking of this data challenge, and especially when we talk to in terms of migration, and I'm thinking of especially of the Global South and South America. So how can we, so normally we're confronted as researchers, we're confronted with different alternatives. So should we improve the data that we have, or should we use the data that we have in innovative ways, in better ways, or should we create new data? And I'm inclined to say that we need to improve what we have, and especially in context of low resources. So basically, so there are different ways in which you can create new data. You can, for example, get a massive ERC project from the European Union, and you get like some millions of euros. And then you do a very nice survey, like there are some nice projects here, like the 2000 Families project. They actually follow migrants in Turkey to Europe and back. So you can do that, and you can collect new data. Of course, you need a lot of money, right? Or you can do something like the UK. They recently, so I have worked a lot with data from the UK, and they have what is called the Understanding Society, which is a panel study. So basically they follow households over time. And this is a follow-up of the BHPS, which is also a long-term study. But basically now they recently got new funds to continue Understanding Society, and it's £100 million to continue this study, which is, of course, a lot of money. This survey is great, by the way, if you ever want to use it, because it has an oversample of migrants, in this case of ethnic minorities. But yeah, you need a lot of money, right? When you go to the Southern context, and especially what I've seen, at least in the most recent case in Argentina, is and what I see, this was also mentioned by Hector Cebolla in his presentation, is that there are some efforts to collect data on migrants, but this often ends up in non-probabilistic samples and very few cases. And also on cross-sectional data, so data that is collected for certain time points. From the point of view of quantitative analysis, longitudinal data is the best that you can get. This is also expensive, but yeah. So at least in the case of Argentina, from what I've seen, and now going a bit to the Southern context, is this creation of different small data sets that maybe they go to a neighborhood and they collect data there, or now there is this so they have been collected now a new survey of migrants, the ENMA. This is new. There are now two waves, but yeah, this data is not probabilistic. So for me, so it is okay, you can learn something, but it's not great. So my message here would be, like, I think there are better ways of use the resources. when resources are limited. And I want to highlight an experience I had with UK data. And I always think that sometimes I would try to make this happen because it's something that could be applied to Argentina, but also to other South American countries. And I don't know if I will ever make this happen. So basically, when I was doing my PhD, I was working with the ONS longitudinal study. So this is a different type of study, and it's based on census data. And basically what they do is that over time, so they start in the 1970s census microdata. So they collect 1% so identify 1% of the population and then follow them over time. So across the different censuses. So basically now there are between 4 and 5 waves of people that the only thing that they have done is that they have identified them in the census and they have followed them over time. And this is very rich data. And I think this example is something that I think could be applied to many South American countries which do have data from the census, but perhaps do not have enough resources for other types of massive or big data collections or big surveys. And I think in principle, this should be something that is not so much expensive, but then that can bring a lot to the knowledge I need to close, to the knowledge of migrant integration. So, so just the message would be, this is just a small example, then we can, perhaps if there are questions, I can give you more examples of how we can improve our understanding of integration, better use of the data that we have.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Since I do quantitative research myself, I agree 100%. We should spend millions and millions on data. So I have no follow-up question in this case. And we turn to the last panelist. Leiza Brumat is a senior researcher here at Eurac Research, where she holds a mobility fellowship, and she works on multi-level migration governance and regionalism with a particular focus on South America. She also acts as a consultant to organizations such as Mercosur and IOM. Leiza earned her PhD in political science and international relations in Buenos Aires. Leiza, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Friedrich, and thank you all for being here. I will be very brief. I will talk about the characteristics of regional migration governance in South America. I will focus on South America, not on Latin America, for a number of reasons, but firstly because South America shares some characteristics that are different from Central America, Mexico, and the Caribbean. So in South America is characterized first by a very strong focus on human rights. So all regional policies have this transversal, what we call in South America, transversal focus on human rights. It's also characterized by progressive and liberal discourses and policies on migration. For example, the declaration of non-criminalization of the right to migrate, and a special and very, very strong focus on a separation between security and migration. So security is one thing, and migration is a very different thing. They don't go together, different from what Federica was saying before. So what I want to highlight here is that shared ideas, shared conceptions, values at the regional level matter. Migration and these shared ideas on migration are detached, as Marcelo said in his presentation, from economic integration. Migration is a symbol of identity, of regional integration itself, not really the economy. But we all know that there's a very strong gap between these very progressive and liberal discourses and the practice. What I study in the project that I'm currently developing here at Eurach is this detachment, this gap between theory and practice, between written policies and their implementation. But what we do have, we know that there's a gap, but we don't really know much about the details of this implementation of this gap, what is inside the gap. There's a lack of studies and a lack of data, as Carolina said before. How does regional migration governance work in a region that is very progressive, very liberal, at least on paper? in the absence of a supranational control body and in the absence of enforcement mechanisms, in the absence and also with very limited resources, as Carolina said before. Well, it works in different ways. As Marcelo said, by peer pressure. So in regional forums, countries tend to pressure each other to comply with the regional legislation. With political will, as Marcelo also said, whenever there are presidents that want to push for the implementation of a norm, then the norm gets more implemented or not. Then, as it was highlighted at the beginning of this conference, the role of bureaucrats, of technicians, is very important because they give life, they develop, and they put into practice the regional norms. And as Verena said in one of her comments, we have to take into account that in practice, this works in very different ways in each municipality, in each sub-regional unit, in each subnational unit. The policy implementation is not homogeneous at all. It's not homogeneous in the EU, it's not homogeneous in South America. The faith and the access of rights of migrants really depends on where that person resides, on which border this person crosses, because the capacities of each subnational unit are very different. So yes, can we say that there is a gap between regional norms and their implementation? Yes, there is a gap, but this gap is relative. It really depends on the country, the border, the subnational unit, the municipality that the person is in. So my final takeover on this is that there is regional ideas matters, regions matter, shared ideas matter, but they really matter in practice. Their real implementation in practice matters in a multi-level scale. And that's it.
Thank you very much. That was brief. Can I follow up on the idea to develop things at a technical level through technical level contacts? How can one sort of make sure that such sort of implementation of migration policies and their design sort of remains grounded in say, in national and even perhaps local policies? Well, can't be grounded in local policies, but you see what I mean, that it doesn't become sort of a remote technocratic project as it is sometimes seen in the EU. Well, or say how to keep it grounded, linked to political will and not just as a technocratic project done at some elite level.
Well, in terms of political will, it matters a lot in South America because of presidentialism and the relevance of presidentialism. So we could discuss that a lot with Marcelo, but I think that there is a detachment between the presidential level that gets things done and deep integration done deeper, the deepening of integration, and then between the bureaucratic level and the technicians that keep that alive somehow, independent from how the elections go. And that is something that Marcia also mentioned in her presentation. It's not all about political will. Yes, political will matters, especially for deepening and for achieving greater integration, bigger agreements. But in practice, what keeps them alive is our bureaucrats and technicians. And they also keep the human rights paradigm alive as well, because they also believe in it, I think.
Thanks a lot. That's an interesting distinction there, yeah. Are there any questions from the floor or from, yeah. Carolina wants to jump in.
A follow-up, because it's something that we discussed with Luca before about who ends up where. So about like, yeah, where migrants go basically, which is actually related with this multi-level governance, which I'm not at all an expert. And which is why I also think that, you know, like I'm also in favor of these like larger scale projects or census data that can collect information at the regional and local level. But yeah, so my point is like, I was thinking of these different levels, but I was thinking also from my own research that it's not random who ends up where. So we were discussing with Luca about the networks, some places, you know, like, so there's, I don't know, my cousin went there and then I go there and then some places become populated. But also there is self-selection, right? So not all migrants go like anywhere. So normally, if you need to make a longer trip, you need more resources. And then it is often the case that the population is more positively selected, for example, in terms of education or in terms of the resources they have. So I was wondering how that, because it's not this, I mean, these different local, if this is the case, if self-selection happens and there is a lot of evidence that there is self-selection, then this at the local level, although they might be all dealing with, I don't know, Peruvians, they might be different, right? Because if it's a neighboring country, then it might be perhaps the Peruvians from the, I don't know, lower socioeconomic status. But if it's those who are, I don't know, in a further away location, they might be different, dealing with different types of migrants, although they might come from the same country. So yeah, I was wondering how this goes into this discussion of multi-level governance, right? When you have this self-selection of migrants, different type of migrants going to different locations. And, I don't know. It's just a reflection.
Yeah. Well, we're working on that.
Yes, there's a question from the floor, Luca. Yeah, better with the micro.
Sorry, I just want to mention that not only migrants, of course, have agency, and now there is more and more migration policies, including European Union member states, but also enterprises, which want to select who comes. So there is also not only self-selection from migrants, but also very selective. And this I refer to the French debate about immigration choisie, immigration subie. And there is more and more selectivity. And the European Union is not the only level. You have, depending on the municipality, perhaps you want more of a certain kind. And so there is a desirability and undesirability also on the receiving side.
Another question there from Larissa.
Yeah, I have a question because, Leiza, you mentioned that there is like a separation between security and migration in South America. But it comes to my mind that lately, for instance, in countries like Peru and Colombia, that basically receive a lot of Venezuelan migrants, the tendency currently, I think that is because of the presidents and the whole left-wing movements or conservative movements, but there's a tendency of criminalization towards migration. So I am not quite sure if currently we can talk that migration and security are so far away from each other, because I see and I've experienced in the field that there is still certain securitization, let's just say, towards migration. And that could be also seen in this multi-level governance, because in the local, like in the borders, in both borders, and particularly in Peruvian-Chilean border, you can see it with more frequency that in the last year, in 2022, for instance, the border controls and the way that, for instance, human rights were not respected toward migrants in both countries. So basically, I mean, the issue of security there, I don't see it like it's separated from migration. So I don't know, what's your input on that?
Yes, we take one more question from Marcia, and then we will have to wrap it up.
More questions.
Two more questions. Okay.
Yeah, just brief question. Thank you so much to the panelists. And Carolina, I wanted to take your invitation. I thought it was very interesting that you invite us to think a little bit about kind of the politics of data production and data analysis in a way that I thought it was interesting. And I know you all have different approaches to your research, and you made a clear invitation and a comparison in terms of what happened in Europe or Latin America or South America. But I was wondering what possibilities the other panelists see to the use of, big data or, large quantitative data, of longitudinal data, to the questions that you are asking as well. I know there's different approaches, and I don't, but it would be interesting to know, how do you see the potential, not only in terms of integration, but my impression is that, Federica, Leiza work much more from an international relations approach and multi-level, governance. It might be good to think how you see the potentialities of that big data in your research as well. And for Carolina, I think it's good to emphasize, I think that colleagues in South America are doing it. It comes to my mind, Victoria, one of our colleagues, Victoria Prieto, she has been working a lot with quant data and big data in ways that me as a qualitative researcher find fascinating, and we would love to learn more. So thank you so much for the provocation that you gave us there.
Thank you very much for the presentations and the discussions, very insightful. I could go kind of to this line of this link between security and migration. I do think that in Latin America, they are doing things completely different, or sometimes more different than in Europe. I think this is very related with the colonialism, and if we talk about how migration policies strictly have been developed in Europe, I do actually think that this kind of security spirit or ghost has been following the EU since the very beginning, since even Schengen was born, and during the 90s, the influx of migrants coming from Yugoslav wars, etc. The point is that I think that it's very interesting and it's very important. Europeans, we should take or even into consideration models that are there. It's not just about Latin America, it's also how different African countries are dealing with migration flows. They are doing it very, very well, but we are sometimes very focused on what's going on here and not what's outside. And my point here is, to what extent, what is the EU that we want in the future? I really think that the enlargement process here is a key factor, because if we are going more into the East, we should think about maybe we are going to have more federalist European Union. I think that we can take the example of what's going on in federalist models in the world that we don't have now, actually. So I really would like to ask, about their opinions about that. To what extent we can take those models if we are really going into the federalist system in Europe, and in terms of migration policies.
Who wants to go first? Nice.
I will be very brief. In terms of migrant selectivity, I think that in South America, this has been very much proved. I can talk about that case. There's no real possibility of developing migrant, different from the European Union, migrant selective policies. This framework doesn't exist. Selectivity happens via other means. But at least at the regional level, there's an awareness that borders cannot really be controlled, even if there are some attempts to do so, as Leiza commented before, but there is an awareness that this cannot happen. I've interviewed over 100 policymakers in South America, from 8, 9 different countries, and they all come up with the same idea. We cannot really control borders, even if we try to. So people will keep crossing them. So in terms of the separation between security and human rights, you very rightly pointed that there are securitization. It happens on the ground. It happens at the national level. There is a securitization. Yes, I should have mentioned that. But I was talking about regional migration policies. This is the regional level, Andean Community, Mercosur, South American Conference on Migration, South American level. We still keep that separation between between migration and security, at least on paper. It still exists. The gap is between these policies and what happens on the ground. And what happens on the ground really depends on the border, on the country, on the municipality, on the region. It really, really depends. Let's say in Montevideo, the difference between security and migration exists. In Buenos Aires, in some municipalities in Colombia. Well, it really depends, but in the Chile-Peru border or Chile-Bolivia border, yeah, there is a securitization. Absolutely, yes. So that I was talking about that. And I think I've mentioned everything. So
maybe I will provide some, since I'm a pure qualitative researcher, I will provide my view on the quantitative issues. So, okay, first of all, no, let me say, no, and I'm not joking, I don't see an opposition between quantitative and qualitative research. I really follow the interpretativist approach, talking of numerical and non-numerical kind of research. And I don't think there is a superiority in methodologies, but I really don't have a say on big data. Not being an expert, I really don't have a say. But maybe I have something to say concerning the data, the quality of data. And you were talking about this as a problem. Probably is a larger problem. You are the expert in the Global South, but even in my research on the implementation of EU visa policy, when I was comparing data that is given to the Commission by Schengen states, and this is also a new great thing that is due to the EU, the availability of data on issued visas, rejected visas, is thanks to the European Commission. But if you compare that with the data in consulates, they never matched. And I'm currently involved in a consultancy research for the European Commission on return policy. And one of the main issues of this project is how improving the quality of data. So I think it's a more common problem than what we think. But again, you are the expert.
I'm not going in this, I say nothing about this debate, qualitative, quantitative, because for us, it's something that is completely out of our horizon. You know, when we are speaking about methodology, we are in different words, let's say. But I want to add the point, because what Leiza was saying about the relation between security and migration, I invite you to see not just the treaty and the Charter of Fundamental Rights, but in 2014, 2015, until 2014, 2015, the communication from the Commission, even the communication security, there were no reference to migration. So migration was not included in the communication about security. So I remember, I tell you because I remember that I had a huge seminar with an interesting, let's say, dialogue with other colleagues when I was saying, but listen, check it. There are no reference to migration inside the security agenda, inside the communication security. And then just after, with the council conclusions, and then now communication, migration and security, etc., it was included. but it is not something that is since a lot of years included. The match is not sincere that happened. So I want to stress the importance to see also the political responsibility. Also because somehow is a way when we, for example, there is the use of some instrument like what is given, the right given by the Schengen Border Code to inform about the intention to have a temporary internal border control. In some situation where justified by events or scheduled events, but in some other situation, they were not justified except for the political reason. I want to finish with this example. When Bataclan attack happened, November 2015, two things happened that were very interesting. The day after, the Polish Prime Minister said, we want to change our migration policy to prevent any terrorist attack in Poland. That was never planified, by the way. And so clear political exploitation. Second, the French president announced that all the borders would have been closed. That is something that could never happen. But by the way, the night that Bataclan attack happened, internal borders control were already into force in France because of the conference of the party COP21, COP on environmentals, COP15, COP16. So it meant that there is a really exploitation, political exploitation, that is creating a destabilization of the system.
Right, we should wrap it up. And so that the organizers can close the conference. Thank you very much to all panelists. So to end on a slightly happier note than, say, destabilizing the system, I want to answer my own question about animals that do go between South America and Europe or the other way around. So I would posit to you whales, possible. Spiders and similar things in boxes, you know, with sort of fruits and so on. And an obvious one, pets of migrants. So on that note, the floor is yours.
Well, thanks everyone for being here. Thanks for all the invitees that made it from so far away, all the way here. And especially special thanks for Eurac technicians, who made the hybrid conference possible. A special thanks to Nicola Rigoni and Francesca Zarita for all their support, administrative support for making this happen. Hope to see you soon.